Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kids of all ages, adventurers all the same, welcome to another adventure of the United Adventure Company. My name is RB Plays, and with our host of characters alongside of us, we're kind of in a Halloween theme today, because it's Halloween. Everybody decorated, everybody dressed up except for me, but I decorated, so I think that makes an attempt. But welcome to our next installment of our United Adventure Company Welcome Home 5e campaign, our homebrew campaign. So without any further ado, I will turn it over to our Dungeon Master and allow him to do the thing.
Right on. Well, happy Halloween, all you boils and ghouls out there. We appreciate you tuning in. And for the next adventure that we're going to be on, who knows what key directions our party will take us today. So I have a few different things planned. Recap for those of you who may not have been with us last time, and maybe for the first time. Our adventurers were made orphans by their killed by a group that we now have discovered is known as the I forgot the name of the bad guys.
Oh no.
Bad. Yeah.
Order
Anyway,
of the Sacred Grove.
Anyway, bad.
No, the Sacred Grove are the
No, that's the other. That's the good guy.
Oh.
Yeah,
We're the bad
guy.
guys.
The wolf people.
Fleshman.
Anyway. Yes, the Fleshmen, the cult of the Fleshmen. Thank you.
Fleshmen.
They were destroyed by the Fleshmen. They were made orphans and taken in by the Order of the Twin Moons orphanage and raised until their early teens, wherein they went through the trials, became initiates and full-fledged members of the order, and have now been sent out on their first mission, which is to gather information about the Order of the Sacred Grove, who attacked them upon their initiate night. This quest has brought them to the city of Karangother, a city, dark secrets and strange mystical things, where we have found the few people of note in the city. Sir Helmond, the dwarven blacksmith, Elvith Pethley, the halfling tanner / artist, Velma Wesson, the leader of the Mages Guild, and the hippie woo-woo lady at the apothecary cart, Oakflum, your contact in the city of Karangother, who is a drow, and Marshall Implifa, Rakasha, the human exporter of the Merchants Guild. He's a bit snooty. Last session, we toured the city, we bought some stuff, and when you got back to the Rusty Chalice, Oakflum clued you in on a few things that are happening, answering some of your questions. The Sacred Grove appear to be based out of the honorable city of Fruiton. They are a good and honorable group, dedicated to hunting and killing all evil creatures, but mostly and specifically lichen werewolves. Mm-hmm. Says he will keep an ear out for you for more information. Additionally, there's a business opportunity coming up with some wealthy investors who are looking for the next great thing. Mm-hmm. A chance for you to share any new business ideas that you have. And apparently, there is a member of the House of Story, a very notable member of the House of Story, that is missing. House of Story is pretty much the main folks in this city that kind of run everything. They manage the political side of the world. And the member missing is the leader of that house. Name is Domic von Story. He is the son of the deceased, former leader of the city. Recently, let's see, about a year now, in the leader after his father died, after having lived a long and successful life and built pretty good business empire around the region. So that's where we left off. That's what you know so far. We'll pick it up right there in Alice.
Okay.
So you all are there in the Rusty Chalice talking with Oakflum. It's a pretty typical evening. You've spent the day wandering around the city. But you did also run across the Temple District. Don't want to leave that part out. Identified the local, pretty much the god of the area, Kelvamore, god of the dead, all that good jazz. Moving forward. Any questions, anything else you have to talk to Oakflum about?
No, not anything I need to talk to Oakblom about, but I do think I probably need to go and see Mr. Who's What's His Face that asked me if I'd go and get stuff from that very far north territory and tell him that as much as I would like to do that, that's a little far away. I mean, we're talking weeks to get there, few days to get loaded and squared away, and then weeks to get back. So I don't think that's something that we need to concentrate on right now.
Well, as luck would have it, he is there in the tavern.
Okay.
Well, he is, because he hangs out there in the evenings as well. So you could find him and let him know what you've decided to pass on that opportunity. And he says, well, I understand. It's a bit of a shame, but understand nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to do that job at some point, or a job similar to that at some point, but with everything that we came here for, I don't know that that is a I don't know if that's the right use of our time right now. So
I understand. Yes, Oakland told me you're kind of on the hunt for some people who attacked your village, and I understand that. You know,
Indeed
vengeance, that is the driving force of man. So definitely take care of your vengeance first, and when you have time, we can talk about a shipping venture.
okay.
Till then, should you need anything, please feel free to reach out, and I'll see if I can't get it for you.
Okay.
So what's our actual plan now?
I thought the plan was to go and find this this guy
Okay.
that was missing from the House of Story.
Okay, cool. I didn't know what we had decided on last time because we had all those receiving problems.
Yeah.
Yes, we did have some technical issues last time. So that was the information you had. And Oakland basically said, you know, that's all they know is he went on a journey. He left by ship. His ship returned without him. They said he was going to go on a one last carriage ride through the forest before the winter, which is not unusual. It's pretty typical of him to do that. So
do we
really
have information on where they let him off?
Yes. What do you want to know? Oakland pretty much has his itinerary. Anything you need to know, he can tell you.
Essentially, what I would love to have is a map that shows where we are, where the forest is, and where the story fellow was left from the boat.
Well, here you go. You know where you are here in Karengother. You're in the city of Karengother. Stop asking me if I want to turn on Fog of War now. Yes. He took a ride around the coast to the city of Hule, right here. There he was to pick up a package, a shipment of items that was to be sent back to Karangother. Ship returned, but did not return with him. He said he was going to head to Khoton. It's a little further inland on the Sword River. It's about a 2 to 3 day horseback ride, correct, right there, Khoton. Khoton is a small city on the Sword River. It's basically the gateway to the south and to the mountains. Any trade that comes in to that area goes through Khoton, so they pretty much keep an eye on it. It is the most northern point of the treated territory for the folks on the south. So after the Great War, Khoton was given as one of the big inland cities. Because it was already occupied by the darker forces, you should say, they were allowed to keep it.
So really, he didn't get back on the boat at Julia.
Correct. Left there and said, I'm going to Khoton. I'm going to take my annual pilgrimage to Khoton, and then I will return by carriage, which should take about 3 days to get to Khoton and about 2 weeks to get back to Karangother.
Okay, and
Because
then
you
where
either
are we on that timeline?
he's overdue by 2 weeks.
Okay, so it was like a month ago that he arrived in Julia.
About a month ago, he arrived there. The shipment came back about a week after they left, because it's only like a 3 day journey up, 3 day journey back.
Okay.
So it's about a week, maybe a week and a half. There's 2 ways to get back to Karangother. He can either travel through the desert, which is a pretty desolate place that can be pretty treacherous to travel time of year, or he could have looped around this side through the forest, cut through the pass right here in the Zerkatarba Mountains, pass right there, and come along the backside. Weighs about the same amount of time, but he did say he was going to travel through the forest. Really, the only forested areas that you know of are here along the coast. So it's also possible he could have come up towards Julia, around the Copper Desert this way, which would have added a few days, but not much. Not a month's worth of time.
So do we want to go to Julia and try to go to Khoton, or Khoton and then go to Julia, or how do we want to try to track this guy?
I have an idea.
Okay.
So I was talking to my whale friend, and he seems to indicate that there are some new islands that seem to be remnants of a lost city along the coast. So if we go by boat to Julia, we could potentially check out these islands, see if there's anything cool there. And in theory, people in Julia might have some more information about what happened to the story guy. When, like, if just go directly to Khoton, like, maybe he decided halfway through not to go to Khoton. Who the fuck knows? So I would say we want to go to Julia first and maybe find these islands on the way.
So in the roughly 2 weeks since this guy's been missing, like officially missing, has anyone made contact with anyone in Julia to see if he had been seen, or how recently he had been seen?
He was seen leaving Julia about a month ago, about the timeline where he would have been heading to Khoton.
And how recent is that information? Like, is that information a month ago, or is that information within the last couple of weeks?
the last couple of weeks. When he
Okay.
was overdue by a few days, they sent a messenger to Julia,
Okay.
and they came back with the word, and they have a messenger that has been sent to Coton but has not returned.
Okay.
Again, it's like a 2 to 3 week journey along land.
Sure.
To
Sure.
Coton.
See, my only fear is if we, not that Serial's plan is a bad plan, but if we go by boat and go around to Julia, who says that the messenger that went to Coton hasn't already found him and they're on their way back, and then by the time we get to Julia, he's back in Karengother. By the time we get to Coton, somebody else is following us, and we got this vicious cycle. You see what I'm saying? I'm almost of the opinion that while seeing these new islands and what they may have in store is a possibility, if we knew he was supposed to come back through the forest north of the desert, maybe we go that way and see if we run into him or someone else that maybe has seen him. I don't know. Thoughts?
If that's the plan, maybe we take a boat. If you're looking at the map, and I'll be pointing at the map, and such, maybe we take a boat over to here to get closer to the forest without traveling for a week. And then we can cut some time off the journey, and then we can head sort of from where we get let off to Coton through the forest.
Okay. Possibly. What was that other town that was where the Sacred Grove people were supposed to be? Where was that? Is that Julia or is that someplace else?
The honorable city of Fruiton. Here at the
Fruiton.
very top of the map.
Ah, Fruiton.
The
All the way up
honorable city
there.
of Fruiton.
All the way up there. Okay.
On the northern coast of this area.
For some reason, I was thinking that was supposed to be closer, but apparently I was mistaken. Yeah, we could jump in a boat and go to gotta get my right. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, go to there. That would cut at least a couple of days off the journey. Again, there's a chance that, if he is okay, there's a chance that as we're sailing out northeast, he's on foot southwest, but I don't know if that's a big deal or not.
Oakflum, do you have a way that we can contact you a little more expediently than a foot messenger?
I like it.
I may be able to come up with something. What are you thinking? Or sorry, wrong voice. Yeah. I can come up with something. What you thinking?
Some kind of magical means so that if we leave and then he immediately shows up, that we're not just wandering in the woods for a month. I mean, it sounds
that makes sense.
in the woods for a month, but not these guys.
Yeah, let me talk with Velma and get back with you in the morning. You're not, unless you're going to leave tonight.
No, I'd rather leave at first light.
Not leave. Very well. I will talk with Velma, and we can meet here for breakfast again tomorrow, and I'm sure we can come up with something. There may be a cost involved, but I'll let you know in the morning.
It's a great idea. Mobile communication. It's a great idea. We could call it something. It just could be big. Being able to talk to people while you're out and about in the world, this could be huge.
It's called magic.
Yeah, but everybody knows what magic is. You want something new and exciting. We could call it a. I don't. I'll let me brainstorm it for a while.
All right. As the evening goes along, more and more people file in to the Rusty Chalice. It's actually it's a pretty packed night. There's only a couple of days left in the month, and talking's about a big celebration.
Oh yeah, there's a full moon coming,
apparently-
isn't there?
Yeah, there's apparently a big celebration in just a couple days' time of the Founders Day when the city was founded. This is the like 400th anniversary of the city or something like that. So
Mm.
people are really excited about it. You hear that there was a shipment brought in, and it was a lot of and potatoes, like enough food for quite a feast. It was been brought in and has been being prepared over the last couple of weeks.
Okay.
And some people are kind of sad about Dumic not being able to be there. They worry that something has happened to him and that he won't be here for this celebration. But as they say, the celebration must go on. It is apparently going to be presided over by Chandra, Domic's wife.
Okay.
Well, I guess let's eat, drink, and be merry and get a good night's sleep.
So y'all gonna crash out? Who's doing what?
Well, I mean, is there anybody in the bar that we haven't seen before, or is it kind of like the locals, like the same people that have been in the last couple of nights?
Recognize a few people that have been in there before, but there are a couple others that not tools that you've seen in there. Some folks are actually kind of well dressed, and they
Okay.
seem to be the ones that are initiating the conversations about the party celebration. There's one person, anybody, but he's walking around listening to everything. Making sure the word, I guess, is getting spread, if that makes sense.
So does he seem to be like aggressively steering the conversation towards the celebration?
No, not really aggressively steering. He's more watching. Like he'll walk up into a group of people and he'll just stand there and listen, and then he'll walk away and go to another group, and he'll sit down and listen to them talk for a few minutes. He may chime in, then he'll get up and move on. And
I want to know what that guy's up to.
okay. All right.
So I am
So
going
what are you
to
gonna do?
Well, I am I'm going to start off by just kind of following behind him as non-overtly as I can to see if I can hear what he hears. Like what kind of topics, what kind of details are being shared, and is there some kind of common thread at what point, like if he hears something specific, is that when he gets up and leaves? Like is he kind of fishing for information? If that makes sense.
Sorry, I was catching up on that. Yeah. It seems like the point in which he leaves. I'll tell you what, roll investigation.
Investigation.
Pick up on the pattern.
All right.
And anybody else gonna kind of wander around and listen to conversations or talk to other people, start planning your stuffs.
15.
Yeah, you could kind of make out about the point he gets up and decides to move on from the conversation is about the time when hearing the details about Chandra hosting the party and how she's so sad about Dominic not being able to be there. You know, that stuff. Just making it's almost like he's making sure that the story's being told the way it should be. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right. Who else is gonna hang around and do some investigating or other things? You don't even have to stay in the Rusty Chalice. Somebody's got to take Mr. Fluffers for a walk.
I guess I can take him for the walk.
He's your dog, Charlie
I'm gonna
Brown.
pee on
I'll tag along.
All right. Anybody else doing anything besides drinking and hanging out?
I'm gonna drink, sit in the corner, and like polish my new warhammer and like try to sharpen my longsword and all of that stuff.
Didn't somebody also say that this town really wakes up at nighttime?
Yeah, you did hear that.
I'm gonna go for a
So
walk.
that's I'm gonna take you outside with Clark and Furbolg to walk the dog.
I'm not gonna walk with
Mr.
them, but I'm gonna
Fluffers
go
and-
outside.
Okay. Let's move the map to the city. So as y'all head out, you do indeed see that there are quite the many people. Okay, you got them. Thanks. Quite the many people out on the streets. The market is just bustling with activity. You look up and see that the moon is nearing full. Probably another 2 days, and it'll be full in full glory and glow. The second moon is only at about half.
Okay.
So Clark and Furbolg and Mr. Fluffers, you all are heading around for a dog walk. Where are you going?
Clark, do you care?
No, not really.
I guess we could skirt around the edge of the market then.
Okay, so you're gonna come down here and kind of along the market. Yeah, and indeed you get down to the market, and sure enough, there are quite a few people down there. All the shops are open. There are people just looking at all the new stuff that's come in. Apparently, a lot of the vendors got new shipments of goods the last few days. In fact, you remember seeing a ship being offloaded when you pulled into dock. So, the forge is blazing. You can see the fire and smoke down from the blacksmith shop all the way from where you are. Is that?
So I have a passive perception and a passive insight of 17. Do I pick up on anything strange just without really noticing it?
I mean, you think it's odd that this time of night there would be so much activity. Typically, this is a daytime activity, shopping and going about, business transactions. You always heard that was something people did during the day. You also notice that there are well-dressed people and like regular Joes, kind of shoulder to shoulder in this place, and nobody's really paying much mind to it. The shop right here, which I don't think you all stopped at before, seems to have the most activity at it from what you can tell.
Which one was it?
Jam It, Odds
okay,
and
yeah.
Ends.
All right.
Stop there.
All right.
Other than that, you
Hustling and bustling around that store for.
that store, you hear the chatter, and apparently that they just got a big shipment of like clothing and jewelry that just came in. And so everybody is there getting their Sunday best for the party. People are looking at things and like, oh, that would look so good in this, and trying things on. Kind of like, I look really good in this.
Clark, I think it would be really cool if you had a sundial that you could wear around your neck so that we would always be able to know what time it was.
Why do I need to wear it around my neck?
I don't know, but I think it should be really big because then it would be a lot easier to read the time.
Uh-huh.
You didn't hit your button there.
I didn't say anything.
Okay.
Why don't you wear it around your neck?
Well, but what about when I change into a beast form? I don't want to break the necklace.
I know what
Okay.
you do. You have the tanner make a saddle sundial for Mr. Fluffers.
I mean, there are worse ideas. Dogs do, in fact, face north most often when they go poo.
Especially when they're in unfamiliar territory. That is scientific. So, what else y'all do? Anything? You gonna go investigate the Jam It Odds and Ends booth?
I'm assuming that I've noticed that, not since I'm not necessarily with the group, but I've still noticed that this odds and ends place is probably the most happening place right now.
Yeah, you've been able to deduce that, I would say.
Is there any other place that seems to be busier than the rest?
There's a couple of food carts
Yeah.
that seem to be, people are getting food and the place down here, which, while not busy, is always an interesting place at night. You see some lights coming from inside the tent, just like dancing around, and catches your attention down there.
Okay.
There is a guard patrol kind of just meandering through the market as well.
All right. I'm going to make my way over here to the odds and ends place. And you said that they're like pretty busy, right?
Oh yeah, pretty busy.
How many employees does the shop have?
There's two.
Two employees and about how many customers?
Oh, there's probably 10 or 12 there out front.
Okay. Anything
All right. So
anything
let's jump.
anything catch my eye?
What you got? Where are you looking? On the people or on the on the customers or on the merchandise?
Yes.
What? Let me come back to that,
That's fine.
and I will tell you in a second.
Okay.
Was there anything else, Clark, you or Furp were going to do here? If not, I'm going to jump in to the Rusty Chalice again and see if there's anything anybody in there wants to do. Because you guys
Nothing
like to
for me.
split the party up, Scoot.
I'm good.
Okay, cool. So, Serial and Brata, you are still in the Rusty Chalice.
I'm
You know, most of your folks have left. So, what are you doing?
I'm sitting with Brata, and I'm just kind of watching the people. Not really. I'm just kind of sitting and taking stock of the room.
Okay, I'm gonna jump the map back for you all real quick. So go ahead and put yourselves where you are in the tavern. I'm going to pull you out.
Oh yeah, I just put myself over here on the left, but you can pull me
Okay.
off. You can pull me off
That
there if you
works.
want.
No, that works. Whatever works.
Brata, where are you?
Let's see. Are any of these tables actually unoccupied?
Yeah, this one's unoccupied. This one's unoccupied. This one over here by the fireplace is unoccupied. Has a person walking past it, one of the barmaids. So you're going to go to that table. Okay, cool.
Yeah, as far out of the way, but also where I can clearly see everything.
Right. So as you all are sitting there watching, you see Oakflum get up from his table and walk through this wall. He opens a door and goes in the back right there.
So like a secret door.
No, he opens the door and walks through.
Is there
It's
a
in plain
sign on the
sight.
door, or is it just a door?
There is a wooden sign, but you can't read it from where you are.
It says employees only.
Hey, what does the sign say?
Okay. The sign says privy. So it looks like a toilet room.
Okay, well, I don't have to pee, so I'm going to go back and sit with Brata.
Okay. Several minutes go by, and you noticed when you were there was another door right next to that one that also said privy. You see a gentleman get up and come out of that door, and he goes and sits at a table.
Does he
Several
look
more minutes
suspicious?
go by. No, he just looks like a dude. He had to, go do a thing. Several more minutes go by, and still no Oakflum.
And he must be having some like poo problems.
That seems real unfortunate for him.
There's your title.
You see this? Unfortunate poo problems.
Yep, that's it.
That's it. You see this lady get up, and she goes into the same door that Oakflum went into. Wasn't locked or anything. She just opened the door and went in.
So it's not very private then.
Or is it?
Mm.
Brata's busy with her weapons. She doesn't really notice much because she doesn't really care much.
Right on.
Hey, Brata, what do you think about this thing? And I will relay what I just saw.
I don't know. Maybe he's paying her for sex. I have no idea.
You know, that sounds plausible, I guess. I'm going to be a little bit more intentional with just kind of watching everybody and seeing if any clues pop out to me about what's going on.
Okay.
Do I need to roll something?
No, not yet. You're just watching people. A typical amount of time to go to the restroom passes, and the lady comes out and sits back down at the table with her friends. All of this is pretty obvious, so I'm not going to make you have to roll anything for that. Still no Oakland.
So it was a normal amount of time to go to the bathroom, but not a normal amount of time to have a hookup.
Yeah, unless it's just really quick.
I'm going to go into the stall and see if there's something fishy going on.
Says the aquatic elf.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you go over, the door's unlocked, you go in. There's kind of a hole. Let me unfog this area for you.
Well, that's a tiny room.
Yep. There is a wash basin and a seat with a hole in it, as you would expect to find in a tavern toilet room.
But no oak flum.
No oak flum.
I'm going to try to see if there's a secret door or something.
Okay, roll your investigation. 16. On the back wall, the wall you were facing closest to the, I guess for lack of a better term, the toilet seat, you find a loose board in the wall. And you're able to kind of pull that board open a little bit, and there is a little click, and then it slides, and behind that little hidden panel is a door handle.
I'm going to go back out and see if Brata wants to help me investigate.
Sure, friend, I'll come with you.
Okay. So then I suppose both of us together will go back to the room and open the slidey thing.
Meanwhile, everyone in the bar just kind of chuckles because they know what's about to happen.
Yeah, everybody kind of stares at you like, that's a weird pairing, but whatever.
No shame. Can't shame on that.
They're not judging. They're just kind of looking. All right, so you go into the restroom, you open the secret panel. I tell you're going to open the door.
Yes.
All right, you open up the door, and it opens into what looks like a horse stall. There's hay on the ground. There's no horse in there, but there is some horse poop on the ground, that sort of thing. And then somewhat of a hallway. Come on, fog, don't fail me now. To
Is that a
your
person?
left. Oh. Yeah, that is a stable hand. Sorry. Yep, that is a stable hand. It's heading into the stall to clean up the horse poop, and he just kind of looks at you, gives you an odd, and then just goes about his business. Like, you know what? It's not my area to question this. Oh, and then he almost as if you're back here, you belong. You know, he kind of gives you that like, since you're here, you must belong look, you know?
So this is just a hallway.
Yeah, on the, I'm trying to do this without too much. Along this side, right here. Oh, wait, let me go to select. Sorry. Select. Side is a wall with a door in it. About halfway down the wall. It's about 15 feet, 20 feet long. And it turns.
What's the thing in the corner?
That's just like a pile of hay. So
I'm gonna stomp up and just fling open the door on the wall.
Okay.
Yes.
all right. So you stomp in and fling open the door. And inside the door is a table with an individual sitting at one end. Oakflum is in the room standing in this corner. Looks like he's having a conversation. When you fling the door open, they both look up very surprised, and you recognize this person. Oh no, you don't. You haven't met them yet. Sorry. You do not recognize this person.
All right, I'm gonna go in the room and I'm gonna look at Oakflum and be like, "So were you back here sexing that woman?"
He laughs. Well, if that's what you want to believe, go right ahead. You can tell everyone that I was.
Or just kind of side eye him suspiciously.
Okay, but like what's actually going on? This seems highly suspect.
I take it you have not met Jumril yet. Jumril, this person here sitting at the head of the table, it appears to be a halfling, dressed in pretty typical thieves' gear. Dark cloak, you know, lots of little pouches around the outside of the cloak. And Oakflum tells you, we were just discussing a business deal. Jumril and I have a venture together, and he and I were just going over the details.
Hmm.
Well, okay then.
Is there some reason you decided to follow me? Do you not trust me?
I just want to know what's going on. I am just trying to make sure I have as much information about what's going on and where I am as I can. It seemed odd that you were still in the bathroom for so long, so I thought perhaps there was a monster in the toilet that I needed to help you with.
I thought it was obvious. I lean over to Serial and I kind of whisper, "I thought it was obvious that that woman came back here to have sex with him."
And of course, your whisper is more like a almost normal tone of voice, like just a hushed tone of voice. And both of them look at you guys, just shake your heads. And you are really not that clever, are you? Oakflum says, "Look, I've told you. Now, either you trust me or you don't. We are of the same group. You know, I came from the orphanage like you, and you know, Jemril and I, we just have business. There's nothing more to it." The brazier on the tabletop there has some shish kebabs cooking in it. The smell of shish kebabs is permeating, and like they were.
I reach over. I reach over and take one of the shish kebabs and just start eating it.
Oh, right on. Oh, yes. Please help yourself. Please help yourself. If you want to roll an insight to see what you think about his story, go right ahead. Yeah, you buy it. You seem it seems legit to me.
Um,
How did you roll a 0?
Because his intelligence is -1.
How did you roll a 0?
This is why it's important
Oh,
to not
boy.
have negative stats when you crit.
Somebody
So
needs to
not only do I
screenshot that.
not understand, I just kind of stare at him slack jawed.
You start drooling a little bit as the deliciousness of the shish kebab takes over all thought in your brain, as if you've never had anything as delicious as this. And you kind of
really good.
face out into this like daydream of a land of shish kebabs that taste this good, an unending spread of meat on a stick.
Oh, this is great.
I'm gonna nudge her and suggest we let them go about their business and go back into the tavern.
All right.
I'm so far into La La Land that I don't even notice the first 2 attempts.
Yeah, it takes a second for you to get Brata's attention, and then finally, after a couple of minutes, Brata like pulls the shish kebab out and goes, "You got to try these."
Oh, this is great.
And then you tell her it's time for us to go, and you step back out into the hallway.
Yeah. I'm actually going to go over to the side of that room.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything else over there, or is that it?
There's a set of doors right here. Set of double doors. Then the hallway continues here to a dead end. I said, continues here to a dead end. There's some like plants in the corner. Knowing the layout, you figure you're probably somewhere underneath the room you slept in last night. Like if you were to kind of think about the layout of the bar, the tavern, and the sleeping quarters. There is a set of double doors right here. And they're large, like 10 foot wide.
I am gonna go through the double doors.
All right. You are in a full stable.
Uh-huh.
Is there anything of note in the stable?
Your horses are in here. There's hay bales, another laborer doing horse feeding, scoop and poop, all that stuff. And there is a ladder right there that goes up.
Let's go up the ladder.
To the hayloft up above. So you go up the ladder, and there's basically it's just a big hayloft. There's bales of hay up there. And you can see where they just kind of somebody will go up there and then throw the bales of hay down and all that good jazz. So it's pretty typical like barn setup. There is a door right here.
Let's go through the door.
Into the stalls. Yay! This is the most lame dungeon crawl you've ever done, right?
I just want to go everywhere and be a nosy asshole.
That's okay.
And I just follow my friends where they go because they're my friends and they're part of my tribe.
You're not supposed to know what's in that little room that I just darkened out. Sorry.
Too late.
So this is you head in and you can hear the sound of chickens clucking. There's some water running. Yep. There's a well in the corner, some chickens. There's a rack here with looks like some skin drying on it. There's a cage right here that also has some chickens in it. So this is like a little livestock room. Apparently, this is where they get the fresh eggs for breakfast and the chickens for the meats. And there's a door right here.
I'm gonna go in the door over there.
This door is locked.
Aw. If only there was a rogue.
I look at it. I look at it, and I look at Cereal, and I'm like, "So, Water Elf, do you want to go in this room?"
Yeah, but I think maybe I can try to pick the lock. So don't do anything rash yet.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to pick the lock.
All right. Do you have lock pick tools?
Of course not.
So, what do you want to use to pick the lock?
I want to intimidate the door.
I
Roll
I
to
mean-
intimidate the door.
Can I try
You,
using a dagger?
You can. You can try, and you realize it doesn't really fit in the keyhole very well, and you're afraid you might break the blade.
I have thieves' tools. Is that gonna have pick?
Yeah, if you have thieves' tools, yeah. I didn't know. That's what I was saying. Do you have thieves'
Yes,
tools?
I have thieves' tools.
Okay. So roll a. Let's see what your. Go ahead and roll for using your thieves' tools there. Should be able to click on the thieves' tool, right? You should have a proficiency in the thieves' tools. Am I still there?
Oh yeah, you're still here.
I
Okay.
I have them equipped. I don't have it listed as a proficiency for some reason.
If a dexterity check, add proficiency.
Okay.
Tools do not have a skill listing.
Which is dumb. They should have a skill. So with tools, I would, if you have the tools, you get a bonus. If you don't have the tools, you don't get a bonus. That's what it should be.
Right. The problem is the player's handbook never actually fleshed that out.
Yeah.
So I went ahead and I added those to my tools and proficiency and just did a custom entry so that I can still roll it. Being a rogue, that's important,
Yeah. Yeah.
I rolled a 16 plus 2 proficiency, so 18.
Right on. You hear a series of clicks is actually pretty easy, and you pick the lock. It is now unlocked.
I'm gonna go in.
All right. Hey, stop doing that. What'd I tell you, computer? Computer. This looks like a bedroom. There's a large bed, a chest at the foot of the bed, a dresser that Brata hopped on top of. Rug on the floor. It's not a very large room. It's big enough.
Is there anything I can steal or try to steal?
Well,
There's
the
a chest in there, right? Can I open the chest?
is also locked.
$13.
Just as you're down picking the lock, you hear a door open out in the hallway.
Well, that's bad.
So is it a door to this room that opens, or is it in the hallway itself?
It's in the hallway itself. I'm going to assume, for the sake of secrecy, that you closed the door behind you.
Yes.
All right. I could have been mean and left it open.
But you're not mean, and that's why we love you.
So is this door, does it swing in or swing out?
The door that, this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, it swings into the bedroom.
All right, so I'm going to switch places with Serial, and I'm basically going to just lean back against the door.
Okay, you're going to brace the door. Right on. So, Serial, your first attempt does not pick the lock.
I'm going to try one more time. $15.
13 or 15?
15. That
Oh, that's your base. That's a
Yeah,
D20 plus 2.
Plus,
Yeah.
plus 2 for
Yeah.
proficiency.
Okay, so that's your dexterity plus 2 proficiency bonus. Okay. Yeah, the 15, you get it just about the time you're ready to give up. You finally hear it click. And the lock springs open on the chest.
is there anything cool in the chest?
Not really. Looks like ledger books. A couple changes of clothes. Nothing really jumps out at you. At least, when you're just kind of rummaging through it, it just looks like ledgers and clothes. This is probably the innkeeper's room.
Is there anything in the room that is useful? Whether it be, hey, I should steal this, or information?
You don't know what the ledger books are. They're, if you want to take a few minutes to kind of scan through them, you can do that, and I'll come back to you and tell you what's in them.
Sure, I'll do that.
I think my mouse battery's dying. That's not good. All right, so let's go back out to the outside while you're going through the ledger books. We will go back out to the outside. Back to life, back to reality. All right. So you see a few folks their veil that have some pretty nice jewelry on them. You think they may have a little bit of coin in their pocket.
Okay.
On the other side, you see Clark and Furbolg and Mr. Fluffers.
Okay.
Have a magical fairy that just brought me battery for my mouse.
Wow.
Oh, he's good. Yeah, the battery fairy arrived.
Like it.
I love it. Yay. So, what all are you guys, Clark and Furbolg, you see Vale, and the only reason you really see him is you hear Mr. Fluffer start growling.
I as soon as I see that one of the two of them has eyes on me, I'll do a little lip sync thing and says, "Shut that dog up, or I'll kill it."
How do you all react to the threat of Mr. Fluffer's life?
I mean, I'm gonna just let this guy get himself killed if he gets caught. So
I thought we were friends.
you're the one threatening the dog.
The dog is threatening me. Don't you hear him barking at me? That's the way the dogs threaten people.
Yeah, because you're thinking about doing something dumb.
Ain't
So
nothing dumb.
Furbolg, you take the dog and walk away. Come on, Fluffers. All right, Clark, what are you going to do?
I'm following the dog.
Following the dog. So your friends abandon you, Vale.
That is okay.
All right.
All right, so
You guys notice a lot of people,
go ahead.
and Furble, you notice a lot of people around this food cart right here. So if y'all want to check that out in a second, we'll do Vale first, and then we'll come over and jump to you guys. So Vale, you see there's about 3 individuals that are very well dressed. They have on some nice jewelry, and they have a couple of pouches exposed on the outside of their heavy jackets, cloaks.
Okay. All right. Does one of these people look more, I don't know, targety than the others? Like better way of being able to stay hidden and all that?
They're all kind of standing in a group. There's a big group up, and you hear somebody call out, "Oh wow, isn't she beautiful?" And apparently there's a woman that's just tried on this dress and
Okay. I want to see if I
kind
can
of showing it off. So there's a little bit of a distraction going on right now.
Is one of these pouches bigger than the other?
No,
does
they're all like normal, like medium pouches.
Okay. I would like to relieve someone of one of the pouches.
All right. Go ahead and roll for your pickpocket attempt.
So that is sleight of hand.
It used to be called pickpockets.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You pull out your trusty little dagger, and you support the weight of the pouch with one hand, and with your very sharpened tip of your dagger, you're able to slice through the silken threads that are holding the pouch onto this individual's belt.
Okay.
And the pouch falls gently. The weight of the pouch falls into your hand, and you're able to pocket it away without being noticed.
Okay. You said there was one other exposed one that was kind of easy to see?
Mm-hmm. Yep. This person had 2 pouches on kind of their left hip, and you're standing behind them there on the... You slip the first one.
I mean, there's no time like the present, so... Oh, no.
This time you go to slice the threads, and just as you're reaching your dagger up, the person reaches for their pouch, and you see their hand coming back, and they're turning around to the left to kind of open their pouch to reach in.
I would like to, if I have time, I would like to try and make a little spin move opposite direction that they're kind of reaching for to make it look like I'm more on the other side of them.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a acrobatics. See if you can spin, or athletics. No, do athletics. That's more of an athletics move. Like a spin dodge, a running back spin dodge.
All right. Ooh, this is not going to be good. Okay, I was wrong. It's good.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, you see the hand coming back just in time, and you use the counterbalance of your body's motion to just kind of roll to the other side of them, and you stay hit. They don't see you.
Okay.
In doing that, you notice that the woman everyone's attention is on is one of the most radiant looking humans you've ever seen.
Okay. Do I recognize? I was going to say, do I recognize her? But obviously, I do not recognize her. But does she look like someone who's important? Does she look like she's someone who people like really are like they really know who this person is? Or
Yeah, it looks like people definitely know who this person is.
okay. So I guess I hear people saying, "Wow,
Yeah.
she's so beautiful. She looks so great in that dress." And so I'll just say, my, that is a beautiful dress."
Hmm. Just kind of blending in with the crowd, eh?
Yeah.
All right. You notice that the moonlight kind of just reflects off of her. She's very, like I said, very radiant.
Okay.
You also nope. We're gonna jump over here to Clark and Furble.
Okay.
And Mr. Fluffers. All right. So you all walk up to this food cart, and there is a individual standing out back of the food cart tending the fire here. And he is cooking all kinds of different meats. There are a couple of racks of very long ribs. There's some shish kebabs going. There's just all kinds of different meats on there that he's cooking.
Clark,
And
you
he's
should try
using
this guy's recipe. It smells really good.
Yeah, he's using a seasoning on them that when he sprinkles the seasoning on, the flames jump up and kind of lick at the meat and just kind of crisp different parts of it, and it lets off a very, very good smell. And that's kind of what attracted you. And Mr. Fluffers is getting pretty excited because of all the meat.
I would like to ask him what he's using.
Oh, it's my own special blend. It's, a little salt, a little pepper, a little this, a little that, are you a cooker yourself?
Yes, I am a cooker.
Well, then you know how important things are, and when it comes to seasoning, we have to have the right blend. Otherwise, it's just no good. It just tastes like stringy fat. He goes on to say that basically the recipes he's using have been handed down generation to generation through his family, but as luck would have it, he's managed to piece together all of the recipes that his family has ever written into a book, and he happens to be selling it at his cart right now. So if you would like to get the recipes for this, you can buy the book.
How much is the book?
Oh, because these are such wonderful and it's so expensive to get them printed now, I have to charge 5 gold pieces for the book. I hope you understand. But it does come with a free sample.
He had me at free sample.
Can we have the samples and then decide if we're going to buy the book?
I think that's a fair request. Yeah. As long as you don't judge me too harshly. I've only been doing this my whole life. Not like I don't know what I'm doing. And he hands you each a little saucer. Says, "What would you like?" And he pulls out a huge carving knife. Starts doing the whole little steel on steel sharpening thing.
1 rib for the dog, please.
All right. He slices off a rib and tosses it on your plate.
I give it to the dog to play with.
You give it to Mr. Fluffers, and he is in heaven. Mr. Fluffers loves the rib. He just lays down and starts gnawing on it until all the meat's gone, and then just chewing on the bone. If you reach down to take the bone from you and just kind of does that my bone growl, no, you can't have it. This is mine.
Well, I'm convinced. How about you, Clark?
Good enough for me.
It passes the dog food test. All right. So you head over to the cart, and sure enough, there is a leather-bound book. You open it up, and there are just pages and pages of recipes. So you now have the he calls it the Hero's Feast cookbook.
Gee,
Boy,
what,
I wonder where you got that from.
gee, what does the Hero's Feast cookbook look like?
If only we had a photographic representation.
Y'all, we are
Oh
so
wow!
excited.
Look at that.
Y'all, we are so excited about this cookbook.
I hope everybody can read.
You all have no idea. We actually are really excited about this cookbook because it has some really cool stuff in it. So
Cocoa broth. I'm telling you.
coca
Mhm.
broth. Yep.
Yep.
Told you we'd work that into the story somehow.
And there it is.
And there it is. I was hoping you wouldn't try to buy it and you would try to steal it from. Was that orc brew? Orc bacon. Orc bacon. Wow. I'm sure Brata will love that.
Orc bacon
Also,
sounds amazing.
we're not the people who steal things.
All right.
I would have stole a cookbook for you.
Having
We're doing pretty good on money right now. I don't think we need to steal that much. Not 5 gold's worth.
Hey, I've got a crossbow I got to pay for.
if only you knew some gnomes that could copy that cookbook.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think I'm satisfied with the market. Unless something else looks particularly fantastic to my passive senses.
Really, that's pretty much all you got, right? Unless you want to go down and invest. Pretty lights that are coming from Velma Wesson's Oils Emporium.
Ugh, fine.
I mean, you don't have to. It's really not a requirement.
You got me with burning flame.
We'll hit Vale back here. Burning flames, dancing lights. We'll head back over here to Vale. Catch up with Vale and roll a.
Roll A.
Trying to think what I want you to roll for this.
All right.
Your character sheet. Why didn't you just use your racial feat of tabaxi to use your feline agility?
I don't know.
Burst of speed or move on your turn. Okay, never mind.
Don't I have to be in combat for that to apply?
Yeah, that's during combat. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
Charisma save.
You want me to make a charisma save?
I want you to make a charisma save.
Okay. Charisma saving throw, go. Ooh, that's not good.
As you're looking at the woman with the dress on, she locks eyes with you, and for a moment, you feel frozen. And all you can do is stare at her, and in your mind, her image is ingrained in your mind, and her beauty and elegance just overpowers you, and you are for a moment entranced by her.
Okay. Do
As
I have
the
a Brata
darkest
moment
hair
where I
you've
start
ever seen.
Do I have a Brata moment where I start drooling out of the corner of my mouth, or?
No, this is
Okay.
more of a inquisitive, burning desire to learn more about this person.
Okay.
She has the darkest hair you've ever seen. While she's far away from you, you it almost feels like she's right there on top of you. She just emits this presence that you've never encountered before.
Okay. So I'm guessing that there are
Went
people
past-
close by me, yeah?
Go ahead.
I'm guessing that there are people that are
Yeah.
standing close by to me. Okay. So
Oh, yeah,
in this
yeah.
kind of mesmerized, for lack of a better term, we'll call it stupor, I'm going to say, who is that enchanting woman?
A couple of people around you, you hear them respond, but you're so fixated on her that the sound's almost muffled. So as you come to, you hear one person say, "Well, that's the widow von Story."
Okay.
So apparently, this is Chandra von Story, the widow of Dominic.
So they're calling her a widow. They don't know that the husband's dead, but they're calling her a widow.
Yeah, because pretty much everyone's given him up for dead. Because after a month, it's they believe, everyone has kind of believed that something has happened to him. He was killed, had a carriage accident, something. Because after a month, he's always back. He's never been gone.
Okay.
So
All right.
they've kind of given up on him, and in hope, they all hope that he's okay. But for the most part, they've pretty much given up on him and are prepared to follow Chandra on. She will take over running things if her husband were to die.
Uh-huh. Okay.
You've kind of figured all of that out from the conversations that you heard in the Rusty Chalice, and then out here, just through these experiences and what you've seen.
Does it look like I would have an opportunity to speak to her at some point?
Perhaps there are a couple of big thuggy-like guys standing next to her. So you imagine those are.
Okay.
You hear one person say, "Don't you think it's odd that she's out shopping in the market?" And another one says, "Yeah, the stories don't usually come out to the market. They usually have their servants come and get things and bring it back to them. It's odd that she would come out to the market."
I for one think it's very progressive for someone of noble stature to come out and spend time with the locals.
And they just kind of look at you and go, "Yeah, well, you're not from around here, are you?"
No,
They
I'm
give
not.
you that look.
No, I'm not from around here, but why does that matter? Is she not one of this town? Is she not a leader
No,
of this town?
Chandra's not from here.
Oh.
Well,
So
some
she
people
was
say
not-
she is, but there are those of us that, well, no.
So she
You can tell there that these individuals don't approve of her taking over.
I see. Hmm.
All right. So Furbolg and Clark and Mr. Fluffers, you all head. And there you see Miss Velma. Dancing lights and, doing some funky stuff. For a small group of people, there's 5 or 6 people there besides you. And she's basically putting on a prestidigitation show for them to amuse them. And they're all kind of throwing coin up on the counter. She notices you and recognizes you from earlier in the day and kind of nods at you. And when she's finished, she comes over and she says, I've devised something for you. I'll see you in the morning. we shall talk about communications method.
Oh, thank you.
I'm so glad that you stopped by. Is there anything you need while you're here?
No, I guess not.
A fortune told, a palm read, perhaps?
Oh, I suppose a fortune.
Maybe just a story.
Yeah, we'll take a fortune, please.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Fortune.
A fortune. All right. A fortune. Right. So she kind of sits down and, grabs her crystal ball and starts doing the little mumbo jumbo talk that she does. And she says, I see a great trip in your future. You'll be taking a long journey searching for one who is. Of course, she already knows all this. And the people around you are like in awe that she's telling you this stuff. And she says, you will find your answer. At the end, it will be known, the truth shall come. And then she kind of waves her hands around the ball, and it goes all cloudy. Oh, that's all I can say for now. That's all that's coming to me.
Well, I do think that we're going to have a pretty random adventure.
And she kind of gives you a wink, like, out here. As the people are all like looking at you for a response.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I'll play up the response for the crowd as long as she doesn't expect us to pay for that.
Oh no, she doesn't expect that. She's hoping you'll play it up so that the people will throw more coin on her counter. It is kind of the feel you get for it. And sure enough, you play it up a little bit, and some more silver comes out of pockets, and they're tossing a coin to their witcher. Had to get that in there.
No, just no.
I
All right. She tells you, if there's ever a time when you would like to hear a story, seek me out, for I live on the far side, outside the wall. And she kind of nods over towards the dock area. So, all right. Vale's got a pouch and a mesmerizing experience. Clark got a cookbook. Cole got a fortune. Let's head back and see if Brata and Serial have found any treasures. So inside the chest, you found some books. You found some clothing. One of the books is a ledger, and it's shows line items and numbers. So you're thinking it's goods brought in and gold paid out. There's a balance at the bottom, and you're following it along, and it looks pretty standard fare, right? Like 12 kegs of ale, 17 hog snouts, and just on down the line. And so it's an inventory log. You kind of see how much this guy's paying. There's one interesting line item that happens about every 20 days or so. About every 20, like you can tell the shipments come in blocks, right? So every fourth or fifth shipment, you see a line item that says red cask. And there's no number out next to it. So that is about the only interesting thing in the ledger book.
Well, I'm going to file that away for later and try to make the room look like nobody had touched anything.
All right, so you put everything back. As you're putting it back, you notice you lock the chest and you turn around, and you notice that on the dresser there's a quill and a parchment and an inkwell there, and so obviously this is also someone's writing notes here, or kind of like a desk / dresser. You didn't see it before because you were kind of fixated on the chest. And you can tell that there's some indentation in the parchment that's like someone has written something, and the pressure pushed through to the other side.
I'm going to see if I can make out what was written.
Right? Give an investigation. It is written in a language you cannot read.
Okay.
All right. Anything else you want to do in here? You want to take that with you, leave it, file it for later?
I'm going to file it for later. I think we should head back out.
So is the person that was in the hallway there, I guess, fully in the room now?
Yeah. Well, if you open up, you don't see anybody in the hall. If you open up the door, crack, and peek out, you don't see anybody in the hallway. But you do hear water splashing. You assume that there's somebody down here, and you get out and you can see over the chicken coop that there's one of the barmaids is filling buckets with water. Looks like she's just about done. There is another door right here. Well, that's the door you came in. So you got a door right here. All right, you slip out, and you're going to head back to the table.
Yes.
All right. Around the way, Oakflam comes out, and you see him, he walks right out the end of the kind of the stable area and just walks right outside the building.
Okay.
And you all emerge from the porta potty or head back to your table. All right. Anybody got anything else they want to do in Carangoth for the morning?
I'm good.
I mean, so I guess I'm still staring at Lady Chandra, yeah?
Yeah, you've pretty much come to your senses out of the trance, and you're kind of just still looking at her though, like, wow, what an interesting person. What's going on with this person? Trying to figure her out now that you have a little context about her.
Okay. So just without getting too close or appearing too aggressive, would it be possible for me to get closer to her and not like peeve off the guards or bodyguards or whoever they are?
How do you want to do it?
Well, how far away from her am I?
What was that? You broke up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said, how far away from her am I?
You're about 15 feet away, probably.
Could I get about half as close? 7-8 feet away.
Yeah, you could get there. You get about halfway. because she's
Alright.
behind the counter, and you're on the outside, so you can get as close as up to the counter.
I can get up to the counter. Okay.
Yeah.
While I'm kind of watching to see what she is doing, to see if she is gonna be making an attempt to leave soon, I'm also looking at the counter area to find out if there's anything eye-catching laying out on the counters or anything like that.
Little signet rings, things like that. One of
Mhm.
them, interesting looking. It's just a signet ring of a hand.
Signet
It's
ring
just
of
a
a
gloved, like iron gauntlet hand with nothing on it. You've never
Is-
seen anything like it before.
Is there a shop attendant that's available that I can ask a question about it?
Yeah, sure.
This is an interesting piece. What can you tell me about it? This one with the hand here.
Yeah, that piece. That's a well, that's a religious symbol.
I did not know.
That's the symbol of the god Torm.
Oh,
It's kind of odd that it ended up here. But hey, it did. So we're gonna sell it.
sure. Yeah, sure. That is a beautiful dress that you all are helping Lady Chandra with. What can you tell me about the dress? Where did it come from?
That dress came from the north. It was specially purchased and shipped in. We're just kind of doing an event here tonight to let Lady Chandra the dress and invite everyone to the ball this end of this week. It's the first time in 100 years that anyone's been allowed inside the walls of the city, of the inner walls, as it happens every 100 years.
Oh, that's interesting. I knew that. See, we're not from around here. My companions and I'm looking around. I don't see where they went, but we're new to the city, and so we still have a lot to learn. But so every 100 years, people are allowed inside of the walls.
Yes, it's a great tradition. The founding of the city, that was the first place that
Oh.
the city was built. So they put up walls to protect it. They don't want anything to happen to it because there's a lot of history there. So
Sure.
we got to keep that space safe.
Okay.
And,
That's
so every 100 years, we all go in and we celebrate the founding of the.
That's interesting. Um, terrible. What's believed to have happened to her husband, isn't it?
I know, right? It's just unthinkable. Dominic was such a great kid, and their marriage was wonderful. People have rumors, but who believes those? And it was just, they seemed like just the perfect pair.
Insight check. Does she seem genuine that she is like, oh, it is just terrible, isn't it?
Oh, the shop attendant?
Yeah.
Go ahead, roll an insight.
Okay. Insight. Ooh, that's not gonna. Oh, insight. Yeah, she's genuine. All right.
Genuine. You believe everything they're saying is totally genuine. This person has no shadow of a doubt saying the truth.
Okay. I think I'm satisfied with my conversation with the shop attendant. I would like to. So, is it obvious which direction Lady Chandra is going to exit from when she leaves?
Yeah, it's kind of looks like directly out the end of the tent and towards the city walls.
Okay, so it would be on the as we were looking at the other map, it would be out the top of that marketplace back towards her home.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you need to go back to that map?
I don't need to be, well, yeah, I mean, I guess it helps.
We'll jump back over there. It helps.
Oops.
Too big. There we go.
All right. So if we go back over to that, so she is going to come out. somewhere up here. Somewhere up here.
Yeah, somewhere up on this end. Yep.
Okay. So I guess I
And
want to
just as you're having the conversation winding down,
Go ahead.
you see the city guard kind of comes up in front of the booth, and the largest one in the front, he kind of looks at the two thuggy types with Lady Chandra, and they nod at each other, and you pick that up as a signal that, okay, we're here, it's time to go. It's like this is her escort, and those are her personal guards.
While she was trying on or demonstrating this this dress, was there anybody from my side of the counter that was attempting to converse with her? Did it seem like she was engaging people in any way conversationally, or just for show?
Oh, not really. It was
just for show.
She looks like she is there to put on a show.
Okay.
As the guard approaches, she does kind of raise her hand, and the crowd hushes down. You make your way over to the end of the booth, and she says, "Don't forget, everyone, to join us inside the walls this week for the great feast and celebration of our city's founding. I can't wait to meet you, one and all."
Okay. Well, in typical chaotic nature of a tabaxi cat, as she exits the tent, as she exits the market, just casually, "Good evening, Lady Chandra. Might I have a word?" This is going to end super well.
So she heads out. You say that, and she looks at you, and she says, "You can talk while we walk." And the guard kind of forms up around her, separating you from them.
That's okay. That's fine. As long as we're within earshot of each other, that's what matters.
Yep. You can carry on a conversation with her as we walk.
All right. So as we walk, I mentioned I just kind of casually say, "Lady Chandra, it's an honor to make your acquaintance. I must say that that you look beautiful this evening in your new dress. I can't wait to see it at the formal affair that's coming up in just a few days. I have a question in regards to your husband, if you don't mind, if it's not too forward. My party and I are new to town, and we may be on the verge of embarking on an excursion to try and locate him. And I was wondering if we might be able to set up some time where my entire party and I could meet with you and discuss his, frankly, rather strange disappearance."
She looks at you and she says, "Yes, it is quite tragic, and it's a bit tough for me to talk about right now." And she kind of turns on the waterworks, as it were.
Do I believe her?
Insight. And she continues to say, "But if you have any information, there's definitely going to be a reward for him found."
Dang it.
And
stupid insight. Damn.
And I would be more than happy to hear any information that you may discover about his whereabouts. Again, like I said, there is a reward for his return, or at least information, if it's available, of his whereabouts. If you have any direct questions, I can set up a meeting with my personal advisor, and you guys are getting pretty close to the gate that they're going to, right up here.
Okay.
Leave you with them. I can set a meeting with my personal advisor. I am far time to deal with this, but my personal advisor knows everything that I know, and he can meet with you before you head out on your excursion. His name is Josh.
Okay, and we are. My name is Vale, and we're staying at the Rusty Chalice. So we will work out the details with your advisors. His name was, again, I'm sorry.
Josh Beazle.
Josh Beazle.
And you recognize that name.
I do recognize that
The
name.
minute she says it, a light bulb goes off in your head, and you recognize the name as the member of the orphanage that ran away on the night of its trials.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Like knows
And
us,
he
right?
gives you a fair night.
Well, I know him because he was my
What's that?
roommate.
Yeah, he like specifically knows each of us, if I remember right.
Yeah, he knows you all, and you all know him. So
Okay.
at that
One
point, she
one
says,
last question. How do I
back.
one last question. How do I contact him?
He will contact you.
He will contact us. Very good. Thank you for your time.
Have a wonderful night, and we'll see you at the week's end. And they to the city, into the walls, and the guard
And
closes the gate behind him and goes, up.
disappear.
She didn't say you could come. Sorry.
It's fine. I understand. Little does this guard know that I've seen the entire inside of the walls.
Right. Little does he know. In your walk and talk with her, you were able to pick up a few other things about her.
Okay.
Well, yes, her hair is black as can be. It's very, very dark.
Okay.
She has pale skin, like a pale white skin. She's not skin toned as like the people that say they are from here. She has a much more fair skin.
Okay.
On her face, at least her arms were covered, or her legs were completely covered all the way to her feet. She was wearing heavy boots. There was something about her eyes. Couldn't quite make it out, but there was something about her eyes. It almost had like a glint to them that was not really unnatural, but different.
Okay. If I if I don't suspect that if I nor anyone else in the town really suspects that she is from here, would I have any kind of knowledge of where she might be from?
You know that there are areas to the far north, like in the snow lands in the mountains where they don't get sunlight. People are pale like that.
Okay.
You also know that people who live underwater are pale.
Okay.
But those two things are kind of what you would discern. She's either from far to the north or from underwater, and you don't guess she's from underwater. She doesn't really have that merfolk look of the stories.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll head back to the Rusty Chalice.
All right. Is everybody else heading back to the Rusty Chalice?
Except for us that are already there.
Yeah. Clark and Furbolg and Mr. Fluffer, y'all are all heading back to the Rusty Chalice.
Yep.
Right. So you all return. And you find Serial and Brata sitting by the base of the stairs at a table, enjoying a few frothy pints, tankards of good stuff.
Okay.
And I suppose you all take the time to fill each other in on everything that happened.
Of course.
Where is Furbolg's token?
I deleted me for simplicity.
Oh, okay. It's like, where did your freaking token go? It was here.
So I lean over and in the Brata whisper that is not a whisper, I say to the rest of the group, I think Oakflam is into some weird sex stuff. He disappeared into a toilet with a woman, and then we found him in a secret room with a man. And they also had the best kebabs I've ever seen in my life.
I kind of give a side-eyed weird look at Brata, but go, okay, whatever.
Each his own, eh?
Mm-hmm.
It is pretty late in the night, although the Rusty Chalice is still pretty bumping.
Okay.
It's pretty late in the night. You noticed tonight when you came in something you had never noticed before. You know how you go a place and every time you go in, you just kind of look around differently.
Mm-hmm.
When you look in, you notice that back here, kind of to the side of the bar, a door that was left open, and it looks like there's a staircase that goes down.
Uh-huh. Okay.
We should
Oh, no, I
investigate.
forgot to put that map in. Yeah, because I forgot to put the map in. You should totally investigate.
I'm gonna keep my eye on
That's
that
okay.
and just see if anybody comes or goes from it. In the meantime, I'm going to inspect the contents of the purse that I lifted.
Oh yeah.
So I take
Yeah,
the
the
pouch.
purse
I
that
take
you
the pouch out of my. I take the pouch out of my pouch and I set it down on the table, blatantly in front of everyone, so that they notice that I'd done it. Take the pouch out of my pouch,
Yep,
put it down on the
bumps
table.
the big,
Yeah.
not a big. You guys notice that the purse strings have been sliced on this, so apparently he's been up to his ways of getting things. And
Mhm.
what do? You just kind of like dump it out?
I mean, yeah, I think so. Just kind of casually dump it out and start sifting through and counting coins or whatever's in it.
Yep. So you dump it out, and there's a set of dice made from bone.
Okay, so a set
There's
of bone dice.
3 6 dice.
There's
Bone
three
dice.
three
There is
six-sided die.
probably about that are made out of bone. There's probably about 20 gold pieces in this pack.
Sweet.
You get 20 gold. And there are various different rings that all have a different signet on them.
How many rings are there?
Something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 6 rings.
6 rings. All of them with different signets? All of them with different settings, did you say? Yep.
Nope, they're just steel rings
Okay.
with different signets on them.
Okay, so 6 rings, all with different signets. Okay. Is that it?
One is a crown.
One of them is a crown.
One of them is a gear.
Is
I'm looking for my
gear.
sheet. I remember those two off the top of my head.
Okay.
One is a ship.
One is a ship.
There's one. There's one that has several arrows on it.
One with several arrows.
Okay, is that 4?
1, 2, 3, 4. Yes.
There's one with a potion bottle and a wand, like a potion and wand kind of cross.
Okay.
And then there is one that just has what looks like would be like a shield.
One
It's
with a
just-
shield.
It has a shield on it.
Okay, so one is a crown, one's a gear, one's a ship, one's with several arrows, one has a potion and a wand, and the last one has a shield.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. Cereal.
Yeah.
Would you mind doing your wiggly finger thing and see if these rings are special?
What's in it for me?
I don't know. Something. The pleasure
Another
of my
favorite to
company.
be named at a later time.
The pleasure of my company.
Why?
Because I'm great and y'all love being around me. And because of me, y'all get to see Josh Beazle again.
Hey, Josh.
Yeah.
By the way, while they're going through this negotiation thing, I'm going to use my Furbolg racial magic to cast Detect Magic without telling anybody.
Nice. Okay.
Is this something that I know he can do? I'm gonna guess
I mean,
no.
you've probably seen my Furbolg magic.
Only if he's ever told you.
Well, let's see. Let's see if he has ever told me this before. Hey, hold on. Yeah, he's told me before. I knew this. Why did I not just ask him?
Well, I'm doing it without saying anything to anybody. So
I know.
Listen,
Yeah.
I just want you
I
to
think
give me
he has
one
act-
rings. If I'm gonna identify these, just give
That's
me
what he
one.
said.
It's possible. It's possible.
That's not enough of an answer, so I'm just gonna chill here.
so what do I know about the items?
They look like just regular rings. There's nothing magical about them.
Okay, I'll keep that information to myself.
So I'm
I
going
probably should have just sent that
having
to you. Oh,
having
they're in the chat.
Hey, I can role play here. So, not knowing that that Furbolg the Furbolg has done this, I'm going to keep on Serial to see if I can get her to identify this. You said I found 20 gold pieces. I'm going to say, look, I'll give you 5 gold pieces to do it.
Okay, but there are enough rings to go around to everybody, so why not share the wealth?
Because these might be important, and you know I like to hoard things. So
Yeah, but so do I. And also, we're supposed to be a group helping each other, so
I'm helping.
by hoarding rings that theoretically could help all of us?
Well, why don't we find out if they can help us first, and then we'll find out if I have done something wrong. How about that?
Are you forgetting that you still owe me a favor?
I am
Eventually, you're gonna owe me so many favors.
I'm offering to pay for this. My
slave.
I'm offering to pay for this. This is not a favor. I'm offering to pay for this.
I will do it for the 5 gold and potentially one of the rings. And that potentially is nearly certain.
Fine. Would you please identify these rings and see if there's any glowy stuff happening with them?
Yeah, but I think that we should do this in the room that we rented and like get ourselves organized since we're leaving in the morning too. That way we're also not doing it in, public.
Well, we need to talk about when we might be leaving because there's some... Okay, let's go upstairs. We'll talk.
Okay.
All right. Is everybody going to head upstairs then for the night? It's pretty late. You've all had the runnings arounds and adventurings shenanigans. Clark's going to stay up all night reading her cookbook. Get the new recipes. All right.
So once we're upstairs in the room, I let everybody know about the conversation that I had with Lady Chandra, and how I found out that Mr. Beazle, our friend Mr. Beazle, is actually a very important associate of Lady Chandra's, and that he will be contacting us for a meeting that we might be able to gather some information about his disappearance before we leave.
So I'm gonna go into a corner and do the identify while they're all talking.
Okay.
Did she say when Josh would contact us?
She did not say exactly when, but I'm going to assume that it's going to be relatively soon because I did mention to her that we were preparing to leave to go and look for her husband. So I probably should have clarified. I did ask her how I would get in touch with him, and she said, "Oh no, he'll get in touch with you." I told her where we were staying, so I'm going to guess that it'll be fairly quick. We'll probably have to talk to Oakland in the morning and let him know that we're supposed to be being contacted, and maybe he can help figure out when that contact is going to be made.
All right. So, looking for the map that's missing. I think it's this one. I'm over in Dungeon Fog.
Dungeon Fog.
Because there's a map missing from. There's a map missing that I thought I had imported, but apparently it's not there.
All right.
Anyway, so I'm just pulling that up. Sorry for the distracted look on my face. So you are sitting there talking. There is a knock at your door.
Okay. I guess I'll answer the door.
And outside of your door is standing one Josh Beazle.
Well.
Face your door.
Mr. Beazle.
Your door's like there. I don't remember where the door is to the room.
It's right here. Yep, right there.
It is it?
Have I finished identifying?
Yes, I'm sending that to you now.
Okay, cool.
Um, you open the door and there's Josh Beazle, and you say, "Well, well, well, if it isn't Mr. Josh Beazle."
Mm-hmm.
And he looked at you stunned for a moment. And he says, "Well, if it isn't Vale, I didn't think I'd ever see you again."
I wasn't so sure I'd ever see you again either after you just disappeared on us. Wasn't really
Yeah,
planning on
well,
seeing you here.
life works in mysterious ways. What brings you here? Enough about me. What brings you guys here?
The orphanage. We
Like-
were attacked.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no! Is everyone okay?
Well, aside from, being potentially lichen and then being hunted by lichen hunters, yeah, everybody's fine.
But you said potentially, so
Well, we haven't.
you don't.
I don't. Yeah, I don't know yet.
How many of you all were bit? Hey, everybody! As he comes in the room, it's like, wow, it's like a reunion.
There was 1, 2, 3, 4 of us that were bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was 4.
Clark and Serial were the only ones not bit, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, so the 3 of you that are there, and then Clark and Sarah bit. But then something happened, right, to one of you. I think it was to Serial.
No, Vale scratched me on the boat.
Vale scratched you. That's what it was. Yep,
Yeah.
that's right. So you guys are here because you got attacked. So what are you doing?
Well, we're looking
Just
for.
left the orphanage?
Well, no, we were sent by the orphanage to see if we could find some information out about this organization, the Sacred Grove or whatever they are. So we tell him the whole story about that.
Hmm.
And then while we were here, we were also turned on to the potential of looking for apparently your old employer.
So that's what this is about. Yeah, Lady Chandra told me that there was a group of people that were willing to go out and try to find Dominic and bring him back. Yeah, if you need anything, I can definitely help you. I had set his whole itinerary and mapped the trip for him, arranged transportation, everything. I was his assistant slash, person that does everything for people above you. And now that he has been basically declared dead after being missing for so long, Lady Chandra has started taking over the role, and I am to be her, basically her advisor. So, what do you need to know?
Well, I guess we need a detailed itinerary of where he was supposed to be and what modes of travel he had, and run down the standard list of, who was he supposed to meet with, when was he supposed to be in what places, all of this stuff, so that we know who we're supposed to contact when we get to wherever we're going, and see where that conversation leads.
Yeah, basically, he's like, I can have all. Just have to go get it. I wanted to make sure I had a list of everything you needed. I can go get that and have it sent to you here in the morning.
Okay.
It's a real shame. Dominic had a bright future ahead of him, and he and Lady Chandra were just such a wonderful couple together, and it's a real shame that if it is to end in tragedy, as we all fear. I couldn't imagine it.
So let's let's talk about something else for a second. In the same vein that stuff we're talking about now. As I was making my way around town today, I noticed that several people aren't exactly fond of Lady Chandra.
Yeah, that you could say that. That's true.
Story?
So okay. Backstory, Tom. Cheat. So I don't want to give away anything I shouldn't be giving away.
Just read everything you have verbatim. It'll be fine.
Yeah, what could possibly go wrong?
Yeah. So possibly go wrong. All these all right, so you know my story.
Well, not exactly.
So
but
basically, I left the orphanage. Okay, so I was heir to Clan Bezel. We were traders, nomadic people, kind of like everybody else, and we were wiped out by the Fleshmen. And my parents, Kathy and Kenneth, felt the trader's life was going to be too hard now for a young child after we had lost most of our people. So they sent me away, and that's where I was. So then I learned about what was going to happen at
okay.
the orphanage, and I decided to leave. I had been lied to too many times by my parents, by the staff, and I left.
What do you
I,
mean?
like
What was
many
gonna
others, well, I had figured out that there was a turning event. Basically, the trials, you end up getting attacked by werewolves that are actually members of the order, posing as fleshmen to scare us and force us to fight our own kind. So it's all a big lie. The trials are all a stage. And I learned about this, and I didn't have time to warn you all. I had to leave, and I apologize, but I had to get out of there for my own safety. I still haven't turned. I never will. But I ended up here on the streets like so many others, working in the slums, just trying to get by. One day, I had an opportunity to come into the city, and that's when I met Lady Chandra, and she offered me a job working in the household as a servant. So I took it, and next thing you know, I just kind of worked my way up, and she took me under her wing and really guided my development and helped me learn. And she kind of took a fondness to me. So um, that's kind of how I ended up in the house story. Ever since then, I've just been working for the stories, and Dominic were married a few years ago. She came here from a land far to the north. Their wedding was a grand affair of two nations uniting in peace. I don't remember the name of the was from, but um, it was way up north, up past where they get all of the chocolate and cocoa powder and all that stuff is way, way, way up. And apparently this was supposed to, unite the cities and show the world that there's peace out there to be had. So, of course, people had rumors. Rumors spread of me and this Lady Chandra affair, and that I was trying to undermine Mick, and it's all a lie. I would never do that. This family has done nothing but take me in and treat me well, and it's absurd. think this about. So, I mean, they would kill me if they thought the truth. You know, Lady Chandra and Dominic, they didn't believe a word of it. So, you know, it was a grand affair. Everyone in the city. Pretty much that's where we are now. And then Dominic comes up missing, and we fear he's been killed. And now you say there's this order of people that are going around hunting evil creatures and killing them, and like, you know, we've been mistaken for a lichen somehow, and you know, or maybe just got caught up in a bad place, or any number of things could have happened to him.
Insight check.
So you trying to insight here his.
Yeah. One of y'all's gonna have to do a freaking insight check instead of me. Dang it.
Dale is not very insightful, is he?
No, I am not.
No,
Dang
he's
it.
not.
Crap.
And as for people who, you know, okay, I see yours. And as for people who don't like Lady Chandra, it's because she has a new ideas. She has talked about expanding the city.
Apparently, I know something.
Wait a minute. How? Wait a
18.
Come on.
This
The
always
barbarian.
happens.
The barbarian is more insightful than me.
Yeah, you need to work on that.
Well,
So basically, she wants to expand the city and move into more diverse trade, and people don't like that. They like their little corner of the world being just what it is. They're very content. They're fearful of others coming in large numbers, because you know this has been theirs for 400 years, and people don't want to give that up. So there are those who are afraid that Lady Chandra is going to take them down the wrong way. So that's why they don't like it.
So I guess for my insight check, I'm trying to figure out what makes him so special that Lady Chandra decided to take him in over anybody else that she could have taken in. Or the Story family, that is.
It basically, the way he's telling the story, it basically was done in such a way that it resonated with her, like his story resonated with her. And so she felt that this was exactly aligning with her political values of bringing, you know, of helping expand and bring folks in. And that's why she chose to do it.
mm-hmm.
Is
Yeah.
there a check that I can do that would effectively be sense motive?
That's insight.
Yep, since insight.
I just want to see
Be if that's
if
what
I
you're trying
can
to do, since his motive.
figure out if he's lying to us.
Yeah, that's insight.
Yeah, that would be insight, and just describe what you're trying to gain insight on. You know, so you're 16. All right, so you get the feeling that he's telling you the truth, but maybe not the whole truth. Like there's something he's not saying, but you can't tell if it's if he's leading it out because it's sinister, or if it's not important, or if he is just not sure he can trust you with the information.
I think it's time for me to chime in finally on this one. Josh, we've known you for how long? Clark and I took care of you with your sunburns as a child. Like we are here. You know, we grew up in the same place. Is there anything else that we need to know before we go out and try to find this guy who's been missing?
No, as he traveled by carriage, by ship. I mean, of course, he had enemies. What ruler of a city didn't have enemies? He always traveled with a guard, a good guard too. They were the best soldiers in the city. He didn't return either, which is what leads us to believe something has happened to him. It's just we just don't know. We've sent parties out scouting and nobody's found anything. It's just, what do we do? It's been a month.
Yeah.
We have to move this city forward. We have to move on. Furbo, roll insight when he says we have to move this city forward. Actually, everybody can roll in.
Well, I got a 22 since insight's my thing.
Oh, now I roll decent.
I'll remind him
So everyone,
he might not have been grounds crew, but not lying is what grounds crew does.
that's right. So everybody except for Serial, you get the feeling that moving the city forward, that's not something that's coming from him. That's like a talking point kind of phrase that you heard around the city when you were talking, and when you heard other people talking about Lady Chandra, and actually when you heard it too, and Furbolg, when you were standing there getting ready to walk off, you even heard them say, "I can't believe she wants to move us forward. We're fine just the way we are," and you would hear people say things like that, just offhand comments, and now it all clicks. It all makes sense that he's trying to take the city in a direction, and you get the sense that Josh is in on it. He knows something else. He's in on this whole progressive movement.
Healthcare for all.
What does the missing man think of this plan to move the city forward?
Yeah, what were the
He was a traditionalist.
he was a traditionalist.
And he gave in some areas and would allow her to have some elements of change, but he always resisted her desire to reach out to new cities for trade and new ways of doing things that other cities we see are starting to thrive while we are stagnating. So she had a vision and he was happy with what he had. And father had built this. It's understandable, it's he goes into a and tradition and like talking up how these people really loved it, and he's gonna roll. I'm gonna roll a charisma for his no, not that. Where's I gotta go over here. Character sheet. Why did you do that? There we go. Yep, it's just going to be and he's into this talk, and it's just basically you can see right through it. He's trying to save face, but it's not working very well. He's let the cat out of the bag, and he's trying to crawfish, and it's going poorly. He
Okay.
starts sweating a little bit, and he says, "Oh dear, I fear I may have crossed a line. I should not speak in such a way about Master Dominik. It was wrong of me."
Uh-huh.
Trying to cover himself up, but you guys know him, and you can read right through his BS.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So he says, if you don't have anything else for me, I'm gonna get that way I can prepare all the documents for you and get everything you need and have it sent over for first thing in the morning. It's gonna take a while to pull it all together. So
Okay.
and he's gonna head out and gone.
So I'm gonna follow him.
Okay.
And no one was surprised.
I'm going to follow him, and I am in no way
No
stealthy
one
about
was
it.
surprised. Exactly.
But I want to follow him outside. I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk inside of the. I don't want to talk inside of the inn/bar/whatever. So once we get outside,
Right.
I'm gonna say, Josh, I got one more question for you, or at least one more thing to say to you right now.
Turns around. Ooh, what? I have to go get this stuff for you so you guys can get on your journey in the morning.
I know. We were roommates. We spent 24 hours a day together outside of the work that we did at the orphanage, but we were roommates. And you didn't say
Yeah, we were.
anything to me at all. Not one thing.
I didn't have time. I tried to tell you I didn't
We
have time.
slept in the same room.
The night I found out, I had to leave. I didn't have time. I didn't even have time to leave a note. What if I'd been discovered? If I had have let the secret out, then they would have hunted me down and had me killed.
You know what?
That was, when I
You're
first heard you
living.
were here, I thought that's why. I thought they had sent you to kill me.
There are other people in this town from the orphanage. I'm sure that they know you're here, so the orphanage probably knows that you're here also. And they haven't come looking for you for whatever reason. But we slept in the same room. Our beds were adjacent to each other. You said nothing to me. And now I pull up. Was I bit on the leg or the arm? I think I was bit on the leg, right?
Bit on the leg.
Yeah. So I pull back whatever might be covering the bite mark, and I show him. And now I've got this to show for it. You let this happen to somebody that I thought you cared about. I thought we cared about each other. And I throw him his locket from his parents and I walk away.
Oh, cold. Oh. And he says, but Vale, you don't understand. It just
I understand
and
perfectly.
he tries to. Just it couldn't be. I couldn't tell. It was one of those things that they would have killed me. Surely you understand that it just had to leave.
If they were going to kill you, don't you think you'd be dead already?
Why be now that I've told? I've never told anyone the secret. And they know that, and now I've told.
Well,
How do
apparently,
I know you're not here to find
apparently
it?
I know the secret
And
now
betray
too.
Yes, and you could betray me,
Huh.
but you won't.
No, I won't. And for you to say that I could or that I might, that speaks volumes. And I turn and I walk away.
He just lost and like, I don't know what to say here. He just turns and walks the other way. towards the inner walls. Totally entitled, totally out of touch with what he should have done. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So now that you know his story and how he got here, you on your way back, you kind of put the pieces together that his nobility of being a even traitor was enough to win him favor to get him to the
Yep.
story about being a noble and all that, and that's not in it. He used his political leverage, for instance. All right. You see the moon is way high in the sky and it is almost full.
Okay.
So, anybody else? Went down and for anybody? I mean, get information. Good. All right.
Is Vale back in the room yet?
I'm coming back in the room now.
Vale comes.
I am going to dump his rings in his hands and tell him, "You owe me $5, but these rings are just decorative."
Okay, here's your 5 gold. Just had to make sure.
Thanks.
All right. And night and sleep and morning up, head down, get breakfast. There's actually, when you head down, the innkeeper says there's a package here for you sent from the story house. I don't know who you guys are, but you're making waves in our city.
Uh-huh.
They don't just send packages to outsiders here. You must influence. So here you go, and he hands you a package, and it's basically a couple of books that show, nautical maps, paths that they use for moving around that are off the road, but they're known to certain groups. So they're like secret paths through the forest and stuff like that. Move safely. Which you all don't think too odd of. You had the same thing in the orphanage. You were taught to always make sure that you moved safely and cautiously, that you didn't give your whereabouts known to everyone, just because there are entities in the world that don't like our kind. And that would all make sense. So, still on to sail to point up the map.
I think so, yeah. If nobody else is opposed to that, I think that's probably the best way to go.
Yeah, Oakland comes in and mentions, he hands you all a scroll and a lock of hair.
A lock of hair.
Hair?
Okay.
Probably Furbolg. Velma says to read this while you hold the hair, and you can send me a message. It'll be almost instantaneous. You'll see what I see, I'll see what you see, and we'll be able to communicate for a brief amount of time.
Okay. Feel free to send me a message if
your hair
is found.
Yep, and I'll need a lock of hair from one of you to do this, in case we need to send you a message from here.
I'll just give him some of
Any
mine.
volunteers? Okay. Yeah, your hair grows fast anyway. All right. So you get on a ship. You get all your provisions, all that good jazz. You get on the ship in Karangathar and you start to set sail. It's the point you've picked should take you about a day to sail and be able to tie up ship, find a place in the cove there to secure the ship. If you want to hire any dock hands that will sail it back, you can. If not, you can leave it there and then return to it.
I'm assuming that based on the information Josh gave us, it does make sense for us to be coming here.
Yeah, he took a ship all the way up to Hule, and then he traveled by caravan through the forest to Khotan. And then the route that he planned was to return back through the forest.
Okay.
Around the Copper Desert. Because that's kind of like the secret road. There is another road to go through the mountains and the hills, but the pass in the mountains. But by the time he was returning, there was pretty good intelligence that was not going to be a safe way to go. They had heard of some raids and attacks in that area, so they decided to bring him back the way he came, except by land, not by ship. All right. So, as you get about halfway, see off in the distance, you see an island not marked on the map. Where is it? I really love the new map drop down in Roll20. It's so nice to scroll down and not have to. You see a set of islands off in the distance.
Well, that sounds like maybe it's the place that the whale told me about. So I vote we check it out.
I mean, we can check out the islands,
Anybody else?
I guess.
So there's five little islands that are kind of poking up. They're mounds of sand, and on top of each one, as you get closer, you see there are piles of rubble. Looks like corners of buildings, maybe, piles of rubble. There are trees growing on them, which for a lost island or whatever the whale said it was, you find that would be kind of strange. But hey, this is a fantasy world, so you also don't know how long these islands have gone undiscovered. So somebody pick an island and we'll beach the boat if this is where you want to go.
So all of these islands, what's the scaling on this map?
This map is, I think all of these maps are 5-foot scales. Yeah, well, each square is 5 foot.
So these islands are
just
not very big.
Small little. No, they're not.
And I'm guessing that
Just
the water,
very small little.
I'm guessing the water in between is not going to be very deep either. What do you say? Middle island and start from there?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
So the middle island, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Okie dokie. You land upon. This is not your boat, by the way. You're not all dead and crashed.
That's good to know.
You land your boat on the island, and it is a sandy beach. Lots of trees around. Trees kind of make a little cove. perception. Everybody can roll a perception, see if they see anything interesting.
Perception, you say?
Rata's not paying any attention at all.
Nope, as usual. So
Furball.
everyone except Brata. Everyone except Brata sees way off in the trees in this direction. Looks like there's some ruins maybe under the trees. Like there's
Okay.
a stone structure back there.
Okay. You guys seeing this?
I did not put tokens on this, by the way.
It looks like a, I don't know, part of a wall or entrance to a place or something. You guys seeing that back there?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I definitely see it.
Let's check it out.
Okay.
All right.
As soon as my
Serial
token shows up, I'll walk
starts
that way.
running.
Yeah, could you put me on the map? Because my token that I could put on the map doesn't look anything like it should.
Oh, I guess I could just do mine.
So it should now. I think we fixed the map problem. So everybody try dragging out your own token real quick.
I'm good.
Yeah, because we're about to change maps anyway, and you're gonna have. So if it's not right, we can fix it on this map. Can you not token?
Nope.
Are you dragging from the name or what?
No, from the bio and info tab, the picture. That's where it's supposed to be, right?
Oh,
No,
no.
you
So
grab
that's
your
why you don't set a token. Just from that journal page, grab your name and drag it onto the map.
If we're about to change, let's just change.
I want to make sure you could do it.
Besides, you'll need
Gotta turn
your
my
token
fan on.
on this map anyway when we have to make our fast getaway from the locals when we make them angry for invading their ruins.
There we go.
That's cool
Hooray!
and all, but they get warm. Yay, you did it. Right. Head back that way, and sure enough, it looks like the opening to a lost city. There is a crumbled stone archway there.
Excuse me.
And where are we? Osima Beach. Yes, it's this level. Big map. Crumbled stone archway leads into an area up here.
Yeah, this doesn't at all look like a battle map.
Not at all. Where are you going up there? Right here. The entranceway is kind of cluttered with rocks and stone. You see there are 4 columns that are standing still almost perfectly.
Okay.
Lots of
How tall are the
weed that's all
columns?
dried out. The columns are about 30 foot tall and they're about 30 foot apart. 30 area and the columns are 30 feet tall. This was once probably a grand entrance. It is old. You can tell it's definitely old. Anybody who wants to roll a history check can see if they know anything about this lost city.
Nope.
All right.
Excuse me.
Does the 16 tell me anything?
Ariel knows. Serial, being of the aquatic nature that you are, you remember the story of the lost city of Sima, Sima. The city of Sima was a culture place, destination. People came here to learn, to create new ideas and thought, kind of like ancient Greece, right? This was the place to go. So it was lost during the Great Cataclysm. The gods, when they sunk the center of the continent and filled it with water, this city was lost. The realm considered it a sacrifice to appease the god. Most of the people had left Sima. There were not a lot of people left here when the cataclysm occurred. It was almost as if they knew. Some people even said the gods warned Sima to leave all the citizens because they were going to destroy the city.
I will share all of this with my
Yes.
companions.
How
Right on.
how tall are the wall remnants that are around the area? I'm
Yeah,
guessing.
these walls right here.
Well, yeah, any of them around the area. Are any of them like nice and tall, like they were, once like grand walls or anything like that?
Yeah, you can tell that they at one time they were great walls. You're probably standing in what was one of the largest structures of the time on Sima.
Okay. Are there
in the
any
city.
inscriptions on the walls?
No, all the stone is pitted.
Okay.
It's been eaten away by the salt water over the hundreds of. It's been sunken. Although
Okay.
it's standing very, very well, it shows its time.
So, question. These islands are slowly emerging from the sea, right?
That's what it appears. Yes. That's
But the
what
water
words say.
level in the surrounding coastline doesn't seem to be falling, right? Like the water
Correct.
level in Karangathar, the water level in Halea, none of those water levels seem to be falling.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. So these land masses are rising, the water level isn't falling.
Correct. The land masses are rising.
Okay.
The sun is about halfway up. It's pretty warm and humid. You notice as you wander around looking at things, you do uncover a staircase under this pile of rubble. Right here, there's a staircase that it goes down.
Staircase that goes
looks
down.
like that this pile of rubble was once a great opening with a door probably, and a staircase that goes down. There's dried out coral. This is just different kinds of rock that you've never seen. Red, it has holes in it. To non-game, it's probably lava rock.
Okay.
So you do see the sign of people that have been here before recently. You can tell that things have been disturbed and moved around. So there was something here before
Okay.
you got here, since the island has come out of the.
I say we go down the stairs.
Okay.
Is there anything else in this room besides the staircase?
Not really. Just a lot of the rubble. Rubble. Yep.
Yep, down the stairs then.
All right.
Can Mr.
You go down the
Fluffer
stairs.
Can Mr. Fluffer's what?
smell anything?
Ooh, tracking dog.
Yeah, nothing nothing out of the ordinary, although he does smell some stuff from the stairway. He's sniffing pretty hard at the stairway. So as you go down the stairs, that you go here. No, you're not here. Furbolg. Clark. The bottom of the stairs, there's still some water around. I think that's everybody.
Yeah,
There's still some water down here in pits around. It looks like there's some old structures, maybe. Some old houses, perhaps.
Okay.
A lot more core that looks more alive. Wander around and look, and the staircase turns and continues to go down here as well. Although it does look like it's not full of water, but the water that's here is kind of running down. I don't know why the stairs didn't import over. I bet I forgot to save this map after I put the stairs on it. Well.
So, I mean, I guess you said it looks like it's obvious that people have been here recently, but I'm still going to take a look around and see if there's anything that maybe somebody might have missed.
Samesies.
Okay, so
So what are these things?
what are what things?
Yeah, those things.
These things right here they're old houses that have been kind of torn open. Well, more like hut really than house. That have been kind of torn open. They have coral growing on them, that sort of thing. A few of those huts are.
What I really meant was
that's coral. I know it looks like something else, but it's coral.
okay, yeah, because it looks like people. That's why I wanted to know.
Yeah, it does look a lot like people.
Oh, I thought it started. In these little huts, single person huts. Again, like I said, this was a place where people would come for enlightenment. There's like a stone slab bed, a stone nightstand. Obviously, all this was built to last the ages.
Okay.
Although the structure itself is made out of wood, submerged for so long it actually didn't rot because it's made out of a water wood.
Okay.
I still have the notification that there was something new in the chat, and I don't see it. Anyway. You hear over in this area, you do hear some splashing about. But if you go over there, it's just some fish that look like they've gotten caught in the water as the city is rising.
Okay.
Cereal or Furbolg, your nature may tell you something about knowledge of the water or knowledge of nature.
Well, let's see. Nature. I got a 17 on my fish nature.
So you think that the rate at which this city has started to rise is what caused them to get trouble? It's rising faster than normal. Like it shouldn't. In your knowledge of nature, when dirt moves like this, it moves slowly over time, and for fish to get trapped in here, it wouldn't be. It would have to move quickly. Like this happened all of a sudden.
I will relay that information back.
Okay.
Do I need to roll something?
No, you pretty much, he says that and you agree. Yeah, that seems legit. They wouldn't just get stuck if it took time. You've never heard of this happening, of a lost city coming back. Kind of strange.
Yeah, it's kind of super weird.
Mm-hmm. That stuff.
I mean, if it was
and
normal, the whale
basically-
wouldn't have told Serial about it.
Right?
This is true. Because she did ask, let me know if there's anything else weird that happened.
Mm-hmm.
So within just a couple of days now, a city or a island has risen and seems to be the ruins of a lost city. You can see there's seaweed on the walls. It's still green here. So while up on the level above you, it was dried out. It's green and lush here, probably still growing off of the water that's here.
I'm going to ritual cast detect magic.
And I guess I'll just explore the room while she's doing that.
Cool.
Is a ritual. Right on. All right. Anybody else doing anything? You're exploring Furbolg. I guess Vale, you're
I'm
looking for
exploring.
shinies.
Yep, I'm looking for shinies. Tell me if you want me to roll for something.
All right. So there is kind of a faint glow from everything, Sarah. All the walls, like everything. There's just kind of like this real faint, dim glow.
Uh-huh.
I will let everybody know about this and add that it seems to connect with the idea that this landmass grew real fast.
Did we find anything of interest in the 10 minutes she was doing her ritual?
Not really. Each one of these little huts has inscribed in it the same words that are peace, unity, calm, those kind of motivational speak words, if you will.
Okay.
The more you dig into them, these look like they were probably like meditation chambers where people would come to just sit and become enlightened, if you will.
Okay.
You all do have a strong sense of peace, calm. There's a light breeze blowing through here. Even though you know you're below the water level, you're feeling the breeze. You're not experiencing it the way you would think you should, if that makes sense.
Okay.
All right. So, ready to go down to the next level?
Yeah.
All right. To the next level. And look, you're all already there. See, I had time to do this.
Sweet.
This room seems to be directly below the outside corners of the entryway and the column. So you see that there's a column in each of the corners. There's also on this wall to the left, there is a elk head and 2 bear heads that are overlooking a very intact coffin. It's made out of steel. Serial, your detect magic still going as you come down, and you notice that the coffin does glow.
I will relate.
Also, a couple of very large stairs that leads down. Lots of and a very large pile of what looks to be plundered loot, perhaps. Nothing of great value jumps out at you, but there is a large pile of very corroded, very rusty, unusable loot. You pick up some of it and it like clumps together. There's a rusted up weapons rack here. These are also weapon racks. They are empty.
Mm-hmm.
That is a staircase down.
So you said that this chest here,
So,
this chest here, and this coffin here have been unopened.
correct.
Let's open the chest first.
I mean, I was way ahead of you. I just had a mouthful of potato chips. I can't being a chaotic neutral rogue, I can't possibly leave a chest unopened.
I mean, that's fair, but if we open the coffin, I'd rather have opened the chest first in case it's like a vampire.
Understood. Are the chests glowing magically, Serial?
Are they?
Yes, do not, but they are locked with a very sturdy padlock.
Okay.
They don't. They're just really
It
nicely
is
locked.
not rusty. It is
All right.
not rusty.
All right, I'm going to go over to this one over here. I want to check it for traps.
All right. You notice that you are walking through water here, but it's like really shallow.
Yeah. So to check for traps, is that a sleight of hand, or is that something different?
I think checking for traps is your same as like
It's going to be
using
investigation,
your
isn't it?
thief tool or investigation. Yeah,
All right. So
investigation.
we're gonna check it for
probably the
traps. Oh.
It's not trapped.
All right.
So now you use thieves' tools to pick the lock.
I do.
You do. And as you pick the lock, it takes you quite a minute to get it. It's a very, very good lock. You finally hear all the little pins fall into place, and the lock pops open without even touching it. And it's unlocked.
I open the
You gonna
chest.
open it?
Yep. I open the chest. People are
Make a
moving.
dexterity athletics save
Need me to make a what?
or athletics check or dex save.
Probably gonna be a
Either
deck
one
save,
of those
yeah.
works. Yeah.
Dexterity saving throw. Supposed to be good at those. Nope. That's a crit fail.
It's a what?
That's a crit fail.
Oh boy.
It's a 7,
As
but
you-
that's only because I'm +6.
As you lift the lid of the chest, a blade slings across the top level of the wood and slices you and does 5 points of damage. You now see that there was a short sword tied to the hinge that when it was lifted, there was an arm that would swing the short sword across. And since you were anxious and leaning forward onto it, it got you pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I'll hand you some good berries.
I'll gladly take them.
All right.
What does a good berry do for me?
Inside the
It's 1 point of healing per berry, so I just give you enough berries.
So 5 berries. So 5.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Back to max health. Yay. Dang it. So
All right,
now that I've got the
inside
chest
the
open, now that the chest is open, what's in it?
inside this chest is a single vial with a liquid in it.
A single vial for the liquid. Okay.
Single vial full of liquid.
I shall
It is
take
clear and sealed with wax and cork stopper.
I shall take the liquid.
See Vale gets stabbed. Brata walks over to the coffin. What are you doing over there, Brata?
I'm looking at it very intently.
You can tell by the adornments around the coffin itself that this is the final resting place of a great warrior, a slayer of beast and man. This is a great warrior's final resting place.
Okay. By the way, did I notice Vale getting slashed?
You heard the cat squeal a bit. Your back's to. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Now that I have got the cobwebs out and remembered how to do all this, I'm going to go over to the chest on the other side of the room,
All right.
and I'd like to check that one for traps as well.
Well, knowing that the other one was trapped, you'll have you can check with advantage.
I can check with advantage. Okay. it's only slightly better.
Knowing
I
what
crit
to look
failed on
for,
one of those on that one too.
Good thing you were at advantage, not disadvantage.
Jeez.
You are pretty cautious about this one. You don't think it's trapped, but you didn't think the other one was either. So you're pretty cautious with this one.
All right. Well, I would like to pick the lock again.
Mm-hmm.
So thieves' tools. Oh yeah, that lock just chink.
Expertly. You knew exactly how to do it. Apparently, they were keyed exactly the same. Of course they were.
Brata, since you're standing right there next to me, how about we tag team the lid of this chest? We can get off to the sides of it and not stand directly in front of it, just in case I miss something.
Yes, Catman, that's why I came over to assist.
You are the greatest.
All right. So you open this chest, and sure enough, You're expecting it. Sure enough, this one was trapped just like the last one. But you're expecting it this time. You're not going to get outsmarted by a wooden chest. And you expertly stand from afar and lift the lid with your weapons, and no one is injured.
Okay.
Other than stored inside this chest is a single book.
A single book.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sariel, is your detect magic still going off in here?
No, it's timed out.
It's expired.
About
okay.
the time you guys finished coming down, yeah.
All right. Well, Furbolg, I know that you have this capability as well. Are you make anything of these two things, this vial and this book?
I'll take a look. I'll use my racial detect magic.
Yes, they are both magical in nature. The liquid glows, the vial, the cork stopper, all of that glows together. The book also glows.
What schools of magic do they glow as?
The vial is transmutation.
Okay.
And the book is evocation.
I will relay those things and ask to look at the book.
I hand him the book.
Is the book written in any language I could conceivably know?
Hang on. Let me look at something real quick. Yeah. It looks kind of familiar to you, but it's an older dialect of the language that you recognize it as. It's trying to see what your languages are.
My languages are Common, Giant, Elvish, and Sylvan.
So this would be an ancient dialect of.
Well,
you can kind of make out the entry of it, the very first couple of pages. And it's talking about a great warrior whose name I have promptly forgotten. Go figure. And it's basically, this is the story of the warrior and his life.
Well, I think it's an exploding storybook. I'll take the book over to the coffin. Do any of the words line up? Like, this is the book of Jake, and then the coffin says Jake on it or something?
Yeah, I think you're asking, do the words in the book line a tomb and other clues in the area? Yeah.
Okay.
This is obviously the person that is lying at rest here.
I will explain this information, and I will tell Vale that I could probably translate this book given enough time, being that it's a rare dialect of Sylvan, if he wants to leave it with me.
Yeah, you can hold on to it. That's fine.
Cool.
I'm gonna give the potion to, or the clear liquid to Sariel to hold on to, because frankly, magic scares me.
I look around at everybody else and I say, does anybody want me to open this coffin?
I mean, yes. I mean, that's.
I think we should leave it alone.
Is there a reason not to open it?
Do you want demons? Because that's how you get demons.
I mean, demons.
Sounds like a great opportunity to test our battle skills.
Demons would be cool to see, at least. I mean, just to see them.
I'm just shaking my head at them and ushering Mr. Fluffers into like a safe corner of the room and just let them do what they want.
I just realized that I can't
Right
move
on.
my token.
You cannot move your token. Aha. Ugh.
Just drag out a new token.
Why can't you use? Yeah. That always happens to your token. That's weird.
Do you want me to check it for traps?
In settings.
Because I'm so good at it.
Sure, Catman.
How
Sure,
about-
Catman.
How about someone else checks it for traps?
But I'm good at it. I'm good at checking for traps.
No, you're really not.
But I am. I'm so good at checking for traps. See
You
that?
found
Look at
one
how
trap.
look at how good I am at checking for traps. There's no traps on this thing. I guarantee it.
I didn't do much better.
How in the flying fuck? My investigation is +2. I shouldn't be this. It sucks.
I just kind of eyeball it, looking to see if anything looks weird to me. I rolled 17.
On an investigation.
With a -1 on
Yeah.
top of that.
You know that based on how well entombed this guy is, that he was a great warrior, been laid to rest without some protective measures being placed upon his dead body. So you don't know exactly what is trapped, but you counter Catman's "I guarantee it" with "I wouldn't be so sure." Warriors are known to trap their coffins so that people cannot plunder their dead body.
Stand back, Catman. I'm opening the coffin.
Okay. Yeah, that's about 30 feet.
All right, I'm gonna just like, is it locked?
Yes, there are latches on it all the way around. There's 2 on each long side and 1 on each end.
And they're all locked. So somebody would have to pick the lock, or I would have to strong arm it.
Yeah, you can either pry them open.
I'm done. I'm gonna go over here now.
Yeah, I'll just pry it open. Here we go. Strength check.
Probably, yeah.
I think I got it.
To pry it open, and inside, as soon as you pry it all open, all 6 of the latches are loose. You hear a hiss, like air escaping. This was a very sealed tomb, probably what the magic was that was on it. And will you lift the cover up or push it to the side, or?
Yeah, I just kind of take it and like fling it off.
Okay, so you shove the thing off, and is a perfectly preserved warrior. Let's see, I don't think you would have ever run across this race before. Yeah, you would
You're
not
cutting up,
have
DM.
run across this race before. Humanoid, they look similar to orcs, actually, but they are more human-sized than orcs. In his right hand is a very ornate blade. He is entombed with plate mail armor, but not full plate, just a shoulder plate, a waist piece, bracers that come all the way up to his elbows, and basically shin covers that come up to his knee. He
I
is
guess I'll take a look at the body with my spectral eyes.
with your spectral eyes.
Yeah, I've got Detect Magic running still.
I put a picture in the Discord for y'all to see what this looks like.
Okay.
What does spectral eyes give?
It's
Just
Detect
shows you
Magic. So just tell me if he has magical stuff on it.
Yeah, everything on him is magic. Armor, jewelry, the sword. In fact, you think he himself is magic.
I will relay to people that everything on him is magic, including the body.
Every little thing about him is magic.
Yep.
I'm eyeing that sword very intently. I'm trying to decide if I want to reach for it or not.
Is the
Sword
body
has
glowing
the
necromantically?
is the body glowing what? You broke
With
up.
necromancy magic?
The school of magic. Yes, it's necromancy. Yes.
Okay, I'll let everybody know that there is necromantic magic about this body.
I don't care what's I don't care what's the matter with his neck. That's a fancy sword and that's fancy stuff on him.
I retreat back to exactly 30 feet away.
I'm reaching for that sword. I'm going for it.
All right.
I mean, those are some fancy jewels that are on that armor. You know, it's just saying.
You can have those. I want the sword.
So Brata reaches for the sword, DM. Oh dear.
Oh, it didn't drag the image. Oh well, okay. It didn't drag the image, but that's okay. Oh, you know what? I know why. I pulled it from the wrong pull. Or maybe not. Here, I'll just do it this way. All right. Whatever. It's there. So, as you reach in for the sword, you make contact with the blade. The eyes of the warrior open. He looks at you and snarls. He pauses for a moment. And then he says something, but you don't understand it. You can hear him say something if anybody wants to. Verbal, you probably have the best chance at understanding the language.
Yeah, I'm going to try.
You recognize the writ.
Sorry, item problem. Well, I only got a 12 on my perception.
The dice are not with
You
us.
recognize the language, and you think he says something along the lines of, "Is it time?" or something like that.
Is he moving aggressively?
No, he's just laying there clutching his sword still, and his eyes are open. And he looks up and goes, "Is it time?"
I'm going to, while I'm not really near him, I'm going to use my racial disguise self to make myself about 3 feet shorter or so. I want to make myself look a lot like him.
Okay, and having, you can run over, take a look, and then you'll have an idea of what he looks like. So then you can do that.
Cool. And I will start speaking to him in regular Sylvan. And
All right.
I will say, is it time for what?
All right, and at that point, he sits up, and Brata, you have grabbed the sword, right?
Yep.
Yep.
So I'm gonna grapple him for it.
You're gonna need to do a strength check as he sits up and goes to stand. To do a strength check. 24.
Oh, I got that sword.
Well,
24.
it depends on
Nat
what
20.
he rolls. That depends on what he rolls.
Until you find out that the resurrected corpse has a +10 strength.
Hey, look. That's a nat 20 right there.
And
But it
it's
also-
only a 24 if he rolls a 25.
Yeah, it's a contested strength check. So
Yes,
I don't care. It's a nat 20. I got it.
oh hell yeah, you outrolled him.
Yeah, you outrolled me. There's a tug of war for the, and he says, "I guess it is time. It is time to die."
Oh,
And
that's fine.
while you pull the sword away from him, he, as soon as it leaves his grasp, bright flash occurs, and you take 10 lightning damage. And you drop
Is
the
that
sword to
something
the
we
floor.
against? Or no?
This is an effect, not a spell. So this is something that happened as soon as the sword lost his grasp. You can save. Actually, yeah, that's because it's like shocking grasp, basically. So shocking grasp, I think, has a save.
Yeah, I think it does too.
Oh.
So you save for half damage.
Mike, do you know off the top of your head? Yeah, do you know what it is offhand?
I mean, it's gonna be it'll be a spell save DC. So what would his
It's a
modifier
melee
be?
attack spell. It's not a save.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
It's a touch spell. Shocking grasp.
No, because it's a
Grab them,
yep,
you get
it's a touch spell.
Okay.
So, yep,
Well, never mind then.
it is touch. So, yep. So nope, no save. And
Wah, wah, wah,
as
wah.
the shocking grasp hits you, you take the damage and drop the sword. Steps up, stands tall in his coffin, and he says, "Those who dare to wake my slumber without cause shall face the wrath of the," and he says the name of his people,
And the
which I
name
can't
of his
pronounce.
people. Okay. Spell it.
They are the. Hang on. Githyanki, I guess. Githyank.
Githyank.
Githyanki warrior. That's what he is.
Githyanki. Okay.
So you have disturbed the final resting place of the greatest Githyanki warrior that ever lived.
Furbolg, it might be a good idea to read that book.
It's not in a language I naturally speak.
Well, that's the problem then.
I told you that he was covered in necromancy.
I told you I don't care about his neck.
I told you not to open the coffin, and here we are.
Look, now is not the time for blame.
All right. I'm preparing myself for battle.
Uh-huh.
All right. Steps between Vale and Brata and just like steps behind you there out of his coffin. He is humanoid side. Who just rolled what?
Sorry, I accidentally
Sky
hit
self.
myself. I was checking to see if it was concentration or
Are you
not.
not? Okay.
I'm still
So
made
you're gonna
him.
all right.
But I wanted to make sure I had my
And-
concentration if I needed it.
Now that he is out, he bends down, picks up his sword, and I'm gonna clear the list. There we go. Boop. And it'll be initiative.
Crying out loud, really?
Why did that go to 0? That's not right.
It doesn't roll initiative just because you add him to the tracker.
Yeah, I know. I gotta add his stat. I gotta do the stat. Dang it.
Oof.
It'll be all right. Move turn order. No, that's not right. Why did it do 3 of them? It's supposed to be plus 3. Oh, advanced dice roller. I'm sorry, y'all.
That's okay.
He gets 3 d20s for his initiative. He goes on 48.
No. No.
What?
Okie dokie, folky. Let's see. So the Githyanki is out, and looks like he goes first. He is going to swing his sword of shocking grasp. Brata. 20 plus 4.
Can we sort that initiative list?
Yeah, I think we can drag and drop and 20.
Mr. Fluffer's got a 12 just in case he wants to do anything.
Good boy. Bad dog.
All right, Firbolt.
There should be an option at the bottom to just have it sort.
Is that the arrow?
I
I've
believe
always just
Probably.
the arrow advances the turn. I'll have to
Okay.
look better.
This one. I think it's in the settings. You can set it to auto sort. Anyway. All right. Try to roll this again. Where pop up my advanced dice roll and leave it alone. He rolls an 8 this time. But I don't think an 8 hits Brata.
Nope.
His first attack. Second attack. 21.
Yep.
21 hits. We're going to take. 2d8. You take 8 damage.
Okay.
Shocking grasp sword. Next is Brutus the dog. All right. Is Doggo going to do anything? Oh, I'm sorry, Balder. Every time I say dog, he looks at me.
I think he should just hide and stay safe.
Hide and stay safe. All right. Vale, you're right there next
Okay.
to him.
All right, so bonus action disengage so that I can move over here away from him so that he can't take an attack against me. And then I would like to take a crossbow shot at him right there. That's a 19 to hit.
A 19 will hit his fleshy bits.
Okay,
What,
so that's
Doggo?
That's four damage.
All
Plus,
right.
since he's engaged with Brada, I get sneak attack, which is an extra 2d6 for an extra 2 damage. So
a
6
total
damage
of
altogether.
6.
That seems
Right
very,
there.
very low.
Well, you have been rolling very well.
I have not.
Give you-
I have been rolling like crap. But still.
All right. Ark.
Does a 13 hit?
No. 13 does not hit.
Then I am done.
All right. Furbolg.
Next up should be Brada.
Oh, yeah. Brada's next and not.
Oh, Brata's up. Yep. Sorry, which one of you has a higher dex between Brata and Clark? Or no?
Vale.
It's-
Clark, actually.
He probably does.
My dex is 19.
Yeah, mine's 16.
Okay, so I had that right. I thought that's what it was. So, all right. We're looking at Ata next.
All right, I'm gonna bonus action rage,
Yeah.
and then I'm going to hit him with my I'll go with the long sword.
Woohoo.
Right.
So I'm guessing that's
Ooh,
25 to
yeah,
hit. Do I
yeah.
hit it again for damage? Is that how that works?
Yeah, just click on that long sword one-handed underneath the 25.
Underneath your roll. There you go. 11.
Plus 2 for rage. Also, I'm hold on just a second.
All right.
Okay, yeah, I can use Divine Fury as well. So I'm gonna do that. I'm picking radiant damage.
Probably wise.
Six more damage.
Yeah, so that's 13, 19 damage total. Because I didn't put the rage in there.
13 and 6 is 19. Okay, cool. All right. Next up, now it's Furbolg's turn.
Sorry about that. I'm thinking I am going to. Boy, I really don't have a lot of great damage stuff that I can do. So I am going to wish that I had prepped heat metal instead of what I did prep. And I'm going to launch an ice knife at him. Does a 14 hit?
Not quite. Not quite. Very close. the ice knife stabs into the eye of one of the mountain bears behind him, and it roars.
Whoa,
Okay.
Whoa,
Speaking
whoa,
of hitting
whoa, whoa.
Speaking of hitting behind him, now the shard explodes, and him and Brasa will need to take a dex saving throw.
All right, Dex. Save.
I get advantage on those things. Let me look at what the name of the skill is.
Should just be evasion.
Yeah, it's evasion, I'm pretty sure.
I saved.
It's danger sense, but yeah.
Ah.
Okay, well, he takes 3 cold damage, and if Brata does not save, then she takes 7.
And the bear behind him.
Yeah, I didn't save. 7,
that-
you said?
Is that half, though, because she's raging?
Um,
No, that's only for like melee damage. It's not for spells.
Okay. All right. Wasn't sure. Thought I'd ask.
and
So
that's my turn.
All right, so the bear 14,
sorry.
does that save?
I'm actually going to use my bonus action. I forgot. Sorry. I
Okay,
am going
bonus action.
to drop a bear spirit totem in the middle of the fight.
Ooh.
Oh, nice. So out comes a bear. All right.
It's just a spirit, though. Anybody inside of that circle just gained 9 temporary hit points.
What circle? I see no circle.
Are you sure you don't see a circle?
I'm positive I don't see a circle.
Out area.
I don't do it either.
Oh, I guess it's only visible to me. Okay.
See
Well,
it.
yeah, it's probably GM and me.
All right.
Okay, so the answer is Brata, Vale, Sariel, and me. We all gain 9 temporary hit points.
Okay. How long does that last?
Until you lose temporary hit points.
Okay.
So long rest or until you take damage.
Okay. So
Is
gotcha.
that 9?
9.
Perfect.
Where are the... I thought you had a bunch of circles in here. They're like shapes.
Area of effect templates. But if you do that, it goes on top of all of our other tokens.
Oh, we can't see the tokens. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on it.
But the people in that area also have advantage on strength checks or strength saving throws while you stay within 30 feet of that.
Okay. Strength checks and strength
All
saving
right.
throws.
Sariel.
Eldritch Blast.
Of course. Oof.
For the win. That hits.
Why didn't it do the damage piece of it?
You have to click Eldritch Blast under the
You have
attack
to
roll.
click the... Yeah.
Not from your
Forwards.
character sheet, the one under the attack roll.
So that's 3 force damage. I am also going to summon a tentacle.
Yeah.
Did you take Agonizing Blast for your invocation at 2?
Yes,
Then add your charisma to that. For some reason, it's not adding automatically.
I fixed it.
Okay, so what's 3 plus your charisma modifier?
7.
Okay.
All right.
My tentacle is going to does a 10 hit? No.
Nope.
Okay. Well, I have a tentacle. I'm gonna place a marker to show you where it is.
Okie dokie. And anyone have any actions? No. Gets Yankee. Barata is still going to be engaged with you. And it is a plus advanced dice roller. Where are you? Ooh, crit.
Oof.
And with his crazy looking greatsword, his first attack. Oh wait, no, that was supposed to be +4. Oh, it's a crit anyway. Sorry. I clicked the wrong. There's a D. I've got a D20 +2 and a D20 +4. I clicked. All right. And it is D8. And this time, where is it? 2d6 plus slashing and 2d6 psychic. So you take 11 slashing damage and 9 psychic damage.
Okay, so the slashing's going to be cut in half, and then 9 psychic.
Yep.
Okay. 650.
As a let's see. Then trying to read just real quick and see if I can do this as a bonus action or not. At will with no components. Innate spellcasting ability. I don't think I can. Nope. Yeah, no, I can do that as a bonus. As a bonus action, he is going to disengage with using Misty Step.
Yeah.
Where's he going? He's going to Misty Step. 5, 10, 15, 20. Yeah, he can do 20 feet because he hasn't moved. Misty Step right here to Vale.
Oh, why are you going to go and do that?
He sees you as a threat. He's already critically injured the biggest threat in the room, so now he's gonna. Brata, is he disengage? Well, it's Misty Step, so no, you wouldn't.
Yeah, there's no attack
All right.
unless Brada's got Sentinel. If he has Sentinel, then that negates Misty Step. But I doubt you have that.
Yeah. All right. Next up is Fluffers. Is Mr. Fluffers going to continue to hide?
That's what I would say, but anybody else can also decide.
You just hang on to the dog for this combat to make it simple.
Okay. Vale, you
Okay.
have been faced with a new foe. He's standing in front of you. You have your crossbow out.
Uh-huh. I do. But because he is a big bad and I am very, very frightened of him, I am going to bonus action disengage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right there, and take a shot at him with my crossbow again. Actually, I don't have to bonus action disengage because I was engaged in combat, so I can use feline agility and not waste my bonus action.
There you go. Use your feet.
So yeah, so
Also,
that is. Yeah, that's fine. So I can move. That's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Okay, so I can move 30 feet, so we're good there. Now, I have a question for you, Mr. DM. I have the crossbow expert feat, does that allow for 2 crossbow attacks? I've seen some games where it does, and I've seen some games where it does not.
I think let's see, rule as written. When you have a one-handed
Which
weapon,
I do.
when you use the attack action and attack with a one-handed weapon, you can use a bonus action to attack with a hand crossbow you are holding.
So my hand
Have to
crossbow
attack
is a
with
one,
one-handed.
and a hand crossbow is a one-handed weapon. It doesn't say melee weapon, right?
It does not. It says one-handed weapon.
So
That's exactly what this rule was written for.
So am I allowed to use my crossbow twice?
Yeah, rule is written. I would interpret yes, because one-handed
Okay.
weapon.
All right, then I am
Melee
As long as you
weapon.
used your bonus action, yeah.
Yep, and I didn't have to
Yeah,
use
as
my
long as you
bonus
haven't
action
already
because
used
of feline agility. So sweet. All right.
And also, just so you know, that feat also allows you to ignore disadvantage on being within 5 feet of a hostile creature.
Correct.
Taking a ranged.
Correct.
So,
all right, so correct. So I'm
and
gonna
you ignore the loading.
right. So I'm gonna take 2 shots at him. First one is 13 for a damage of 4. Bonus action.
Nope, not quite.
Second shot, 21 for a damage of 4.
21 hits, 4 damage. All right.
I need someone to be engaged with him so that I can get sneak attack damage.
Don't worry.
All right, Clark.
Okay, I'm going to start with bonus action Fighting Spirit to give me advantage on attack rolls this turn.
All right.
13 does not hit.
Nope.
So I am going to action surge to give me another attack with advantage.
All right. Wow,
Assuming it's
24 hits. Yes.
For 10 damage.
Nice. With that longbow strike, you actually see it tear right through his arm, and some of the flesh just kind of flops off his arm, and he reels in pain. Hit his left arm, not his weapon arm, but it's definitely injured him quite a bit. Unless Clark, did you have anything else? I think you used your bonus action, and attack. All you could do then is move. Did you want to move?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nope.
All right. So first thing, I'm going to move over to him.
All right. Yep. 20-foot movement.
And then I'm going to hit him with my long sword.
That hits.
All right. So that's attack 1.
All right. You run over in just a full battle rage. As you're running, you rear back and put all of your weight behind it as you step into that final blow. And as you do, you just cleave right across the top of his shoulders, taking his head right off of his body, and his body falls limp to the ground.
Wait, what?
She just one his head.
I raise my hand, my fists, and with my weapons in hand, and just battle roar in victory. And then I look at him and I'm like, good fight. He's dead, but I still say good fight.
As he is slain, the you still holding the book, Furbolg, or you have it on your person?
Yeah, it's like in my bag.
All right. You feel something in your bag, and if you take a moment to look in there, you feel it coming from the book, and you open it up, and you see the words rearranging.
Can
Still
I?
not quite. Yeah, you're still not quite sure what it says, but the words are kind of rearranging themselves.
Oh,
And
fancy.
yep. So there's a his loot is a humanoid size half plate suit. There is a great sword. Of course, the bear heads and stuff on the wall, topped, glowing, growling, and all that. And Brata, you feel a sense of peace, of calm and tranquility just flow over you in this new moment.
Well.
Well, that's a weird feeling.
I've never felt
If you
that
think
before in
that's
my
weird,
life.
I'm gonna go jam a whole bunch of berries down your mouth.
Yes, please, Tree Man. I would like some berries.
How much damage did you take?
Do you have 29 berries?
Just give me
Editor.
handfuls of berries would be amazing.
I'll
Keep
give
them
you.
coming. Keep them coming, Woodman.
I'll give you
Tree man.
my level 2 berries, which heal 2 apiece.
Ooh. Now you only need one
Okay.
handful of berries.
Does
Well,
anybody?
I need 29. If you gave me 15, then that's 30 points. I'm back to full.
Yes.
Does anybody else have healing?
No, I actually didn't take any damage there because feline agility.
You all are getting better in your combating. All right. Having slain the Githyanki warrior, the greatest warrior of all time, this time, there is still the staircase there if you want to continue exploring, or we can pause here as I see it is.
I think this is a good place to stop before we continue. As much as I would love to keep playing, I think this is a good place to stop.
Okay.
What do y'all think? Everybody good with that?
Yeah.
Agreed.
Well, all right then. So,
All right.
yeah.
We'll wrap it up here then. I've discovered the lost Githyanki city of Sema, slain the greatest warrior of the Githyanki, a lost people who were killed out in the cataclysm for the most part. You can take some
For the
time
most
during, from what you know. I mean, you've never met one before, so as far as you know, they've been killed off. They have died out or whatever since the cataclysm. You've never met one before. You have a book, a vial, and a dead warrior,
And some new toys.
and a bunch of
I took
rusty
this one.
coin that probably isn't worth anything.
Yeah, probably.
I know your eyes got big when you saw that big pile of treasure in the back corner. I'm sure you were thinking, "Oh, jackpot, Monty
Hey,
Hall. This
if
campaign's over."
If it's made out of gold, it's worth something. But that's another day. So, everybody, thank you so much for watching us tonight. We do appreciate it very much. If you're new around here, make sure that you hit the follow button, get notified every time that we go live. We try to play every couple of weeks, so check us out here in about 2 weeks, and we should have another another episode for you. Also, don't forget to hit our YouTube channel, where we will have all of our video on demand up to this episode available. So we should probably have this episode over on the YouTube channel by, say, let's see, today's Saturday, probably Monday. So don't forget to head over there and watch the stream in its entirety if you missed any of it. And tell your friends. If you love D&D and you want to see us do all the derpy D&D things, then please make sure you come back and tell your friends to come back and join us, so that we can spread the D&D love, because we enjoy doing this a lot and enjoy having you guys around. But that is all the time we have for today. Everybody, thank you for playing tonight. Billy, thank you for DMing us again.
You all had a good time. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I hope you all had fun.
Yeah. And so, we'll come back. We'll do this again in a couple of weeks. You are all invited. But until then, get off our lawn. Bye.